Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As you can see, Charlie is playing. How is everyone doing today? What are you doing, Charlie? Hey, Joker Nut. Hey, Max. Hey, Boydie. Hey, Paul. Hey, Stuart. Hey, Scott. Hey, Tom Tom. Oh, where do you think you're going? You can't go that way. He hasn't done that before. How is everyone doing? Who am I missing? Hey, Paul. Hey, Black. Hey, Nuno. It's Scott and I think I said Joker Nut, Ludwig, and Dews. Hey, Mitchell. Hey, Gary. Hey, Joseph. Hey, Jacob. Charlie. Whoa. It's a playground. Apparently, that's a playground. Hi, Charlie. Oh, boy. Hey, Timo. Hey, Lithios. Hi, Steve. Hey, Nelson and Marius. B. McNichol. Hey, Panzercaden. Hey, PA. I have no idea what his thoughts are. He's not getting pets up there. Hi, Phil. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage and Ghost Dog and Happy Manufacturing. Mikhail, Jarrett. Oh boy, we're back to the Tridex. So we will be doing a lot of wiring today. Hopefully it's going to be a hangout and wire stream. So hang out and wire because there's a lot of it, but I really hope I'm ready for it. So I'm just kind of in awe here. I know he likes to balance on things. I mean, including my shoulders, of course, but I wasn't expecting this. Hey, Drifter. Hey, Little Brat. Hey, Eddie. Welcome. Charlie is having a fun time, and I'm just kind of letting him do it. I want to see what he does, as long as he doesn't try to climb onto my monitor again. You gonna come up here? Hey, Squirrel Brain. Oh, boy. Ah, this cat. Hey, Carrie, thanks for the gift of membership. We got a lot of work ahead today. But this is Charlie the parrot. Hey, Dark Neutrino. So everybody see the tap? Tap was released like minutes ago. Has everybody seen that? Let me see if I can balance over here. Let's put a link in chat for you. There's the GitHub. Hey, Stefan. Now, what is your plan here, Charlie? Part cat, part dog, part monkey, part parrot. There we go. I have 8 cats and one is a 12-pound tabby who used to like being on my shoulders. She's too big now. Charlie's around 10 or 11 pounds, I think. When is Tap going to be released? Timo! I don't know if you're kidding, but I just posted a link. It's released. Hey, Mike. Hey, Polar Ted. Hey, Smalls. Hey, Squirrel Brain. Did I say Squirrel Brain already? Hey, Unscientifically, is it worth doing tap over clicky? So I have been running, I've done quite a bit of printing on the V2 that we installed tap on last weekend and on my Trident that tap's on. Those are the 2 printers that I have tap installed on. And they happen to be the 2 printers bigger than a V0 that I actually have running right now. And they've been working great. I've been really pleased with it. I have not had to do much first layer tuning, not nearly as much as I'm used to. So far, working really well. Let me put my other computer on mute, sorry. So today's plan is to cat, yes. The manual for tap is bet yet for Voron team. Love that bomb and manual. Awesome. Glad you like it. Bad Noob and company did a really good job on stuff. They put in a lot of work on this. Let's see. The manual went through more iterations than tap. Yes. Hey, Collie. Hey, Daniel. Let's see. Hi, Eclipse. Hey, DJ Natty. Looks like cereals are getting down the weekend. Yeah, so Sanity was a machine and made a huge push on getting cereals done. So I believe they're caught up. So congratulations on Trident 802, Delmar. Hey, Eclipse. Thank you for gifting the memberships. Okay, what else is going on? So we have tap is released. I posted a link out on the Discord. You'll find a new tap channel to discuss questions on it. So, Eclipse, you got your 2.4 cereal, awesome. Panzerkaden got Trident and V2 cereals. Yeah, well, there were quite a few behind. It was like 270, I think, were in the queue. So it goes so fast, and it's just people doing it. So there's automated processes for assigning them, but it's a manual review process. So we appreciate everyone being patient. And we appreciate everybody tidying up their wires. Hey, Joseph. Hey, Keith. Hey, James. Anybody make the opto boards yet? I'm not sure who has them available yet. Let's get Charlie Pets out of the way. This has become our procedure, our whatchamacallit. I'm out of words. Hey, Jose. What is TAP? TAP is a direct nozzle probe solution. It was just released by the Voron design team. Echo 2 Papa 2, Trident 818. Awesome. I can't wait to hit 1,000. We're getting close. Hi, James. So I've done some prep off camera, did some purchasing of parts. I actually swapped 2 of the Z steppers yesterday because to get the wire lengths in the right spots. That was a little off-camera prep. Other than that, we're just going to get in and do some wire cutting and crimping and connecting right after Charlie is done with his routine. Thank you, Bruno. Yep. I'm, of course, wearing a black shirt, so it's going to be Charlie covered. Hey, Jay. Hey, Thomas. And okay, Charlie, you are gonna go to your pillow because I have got to get started. There you go. Okay. Charlie might not. He went to the vet yesterday. He got his lab work done. So we'll find out hopefully tomorrow how his kidneys are doing. Nice quick visit to the vet though. Only about 30 minutes. I did link tap. I'll link it again. I'll pin it for now. Let's see. Let's pin that for now. I may have other things to put in the pins later. I'm not sure. So, cat hair is nothing. My GSD says hold my beer. Yeah, I'm covered in cat hair now. Whatever. How long it took from the start of working on TAP to the actual release. The amount of work put in there is really impressive. So TAP was conceived over a year ago. A few months over a year ago. So, okay. Move this back down since we don't have Charlie doing his gymnastics. And there's a couple of things I want to do before we get too far, because there is, maybe I'll go back up on this. The position of the camera I use and the length of the wire may have an impact on where I put the pie under the deck. So I kind of want to put this back in and get that going. So a lot of today is going to be just kind of final working out where the electronics going and then actually wiring them up. And if we have time, I'd like to get to the point of flashing clipper, at least to the Mellow Fly Super 8 board. I'm hoping that this is today's stream and then maybe 1 or 2 more, and then we'll be done with this project. But it's going to get interrupted, just to let you know. I told you at the beginning of this project will end up getting interrupted a couple of times. But I need the prep time on it too, because this is the big one, and I really want this to go well. So hey, John. Hey, Bill Brothers. Ooh, I hope you feel better soon, Bill. Hey, Tiago. Am I saying that right? Hey, Ed. Okay, so this is going to install up on the frame here and then point down to the bed. Now later I may change this out to a wide angle. This is not the wide angle, but it served me okay. So let's grab some hammerhead nuts and get it put in place. Oh, I keep forgetting. So there's a self-promotion section on the new Voron forum, and I keep forgetting to post there. I need to put that as part of my pre-stream. Tiago? Tiago. Tiago? Tiago? Hey, Pushing Plastics. Okay, so this is gonna go here. Just temporarily pin that. Oops. That's not catching. There we go. And then it's not centered either. There we go. Okay. Let's see how centered it is. Hey, Sanity. Hey, Low-Tech Greg. Shameless self-promotion channel, yes. Echo 2 Papa 2. This is my Sony ZV-1 is the overhead cam here. It's a Sony ZV-1. One day you should just do a stream on all those hand tools you have in the drawer. Oh, does it come up here? Oh, there we are. This is my little, there we go. Pliers, it's 2 levels. It's got a little sliding thing that I made out of some 1/4-inch MDF. It works pretty well. I'm pleased with that, but what was I looking for here? Ruler, next drawer. Was it next drawer? Where'd it go? Where is my, there it is. What camera that you just installed? Oh, this camera. Sorry, this is one of the Wave Shares OV5848, or someone will correct me in chat. That's about 190 something millimeters, and that's, oh, so I'm almost centered. 5648, 5468, one of those. So we'll get this somewhat, let's go 190 there. And where are we at there? There we go. That is centered right there. I think the best angle is going to depend on what you want to get out of it. If you want to do like spaghetti detective or whatever stuff now, you probably want a different angle than this. I just want to see the print starting. So I'm going to angle this down, and then I'm going to send this over this way. Now, the width of the printer, the 350, is what's changing my where the length, I'm making sure I have enough length. And what I'm gonna have to do here on the front is I can't get it past the idler, so I'm just gonna have to go in front of it. And unfortunately, the idler doesn't move, so that'll be fine. So I'm gonna put some extrusion slot cover stuff in here to hold the wires in place. So let me grab some of that. I have a few scraps over here that might be of appropriate lengths. I've got long. That. And this, okay. So. I don't know all the capabilities of this. This is just the wave share that I bought off Amazon a while back. So use some of this open builds. Slot insert stuff. And then I want all the wire I can get. I mean, all the length I can get. So this is gonna go about that much of it. Oops, maybe up here. Just, yeah, that's probably good. So I'm not sure if it's a bug with YouTube's algorithm, but I was awarded a gifted membership and I hadn't even started to watch the stream yet. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so that gets that up out of the way. And then we're gonna continue down here with another piece. Maybe this angle here, yeah. So I'm gonna go in front of the idler, and it doesn't extend past the door, so the door's gonna still close okay. And probably about that much. Hey Scott, thanks for the gift and memberships. Okay, before I clip that in the whole way, I need to take the Z stepper mount off, and I kind of forgot I was working on the Z steppers and I had a little Velcro tie here to hold it up, so that'll be perfect. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna remove the cover on the stepper here, and I have a slot in the mount, modeled into the mount, so we can route the wire through there. Hey, Dutch dude. What do we got? Hey, Lars. So all this just prep, all part of a build like this. Magnets to get these screws out of here. And this screw. Hi, Kyle. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I'm just going to pull this out for right now so I can give you a better view of what we're doing. So this is available on the Voron users GitHub. So if you go out there and look for my files, there is a channel that I modeled in here specifically to run a camera wire or something, LED wires, whatever you want. But it works pretty well and keeps it completely hidden into the deck here. So it is, or at least has been, a bit fiddly to get in there though. So let's put this here. And it's been a good while since I've done this. So, hey, Hoonigan. Hey, what do we got? Where's Charlie? I was filming a Death Racer video when you started. You need to go back to the intro, Scott. Charlie was in rare form today, and that's saying something considering he's been a parrot lately. He was a monkey on the gym equipment here. Yeah, he was all over the place. Watching Nero build a Trident, you build this as rejuvenated. Awesome. That's the idea. Okay, so this has to go up. The stepper goes back in here, and then the wire. I don't know that I've done this. I haven't done this, especially on camera before, so let's see how this goes. Let's move this out of the way. This here, and then that should go back into, there we go, right in there like that. And then I think we can then shift it around underneath here such that the where is the try not to pinch that cable so I damage it. Don't want to damage it. Yep, wires are coming out the right spot. Hey, Maker Source. Hey, Zero G. Yeah, that went in nice. It is a little fiddly getting that wire in there. You gotta be careful not to pinch it and just take your time. Make sure everything is pulled completely into the corner here. This wire's there, it's fine. This then And then getting the slot cover in here around the what is going on? It's getting caught on the wire as here. This will probably be easier to go the other way. Get that in there. There we go. Yep. It was easier to go the other way. So then we have, you look down here, there's a little gap there, but otherwise it's completely hidden from the front. Let's see. Hey Gerard, thank you. I'm waiting for the inevitable what's better, this or Snapmaker J1 questions. I've heard of that printer. I have no idea the details on it. I couldn't speak to it at all. You already installed TAP on this machine too. No, TAP is not currently compatible with Tridex. It's because of the way the belts are routed. It's not to say it won't be later. Someone comes up with a clever way to do it, but right now it's not. Okay, so I believe that's all I need to do at the top of the printer. I can take my little Velcro tie there off now. And now we can go under the deck and see where things line up. Stefan, how is your Mellow SB2040 working? Just fine. It gets hot, but I haven't put a fan on it because I kind of intentionally want to see if that's going to be a problem. I've got bits and pieces. These were all printed on the TAP and Mellow SB2040 equipped Trident. Yep, got a little bit of ABS thing there that I'll use a heat gun to get rid of. So, little preview for next weekend's stream. Can I put these somewhere? I'll just put them back on the printer. Those printed last night. Okay, let's put this on its back and start seeing if we can get a decent view of what we need to work on. So let's bring this down. Okay. Everyone printing tab now, yeah. So Steve, it won't be V0.2. So next weekend we're gonna start a build series building LDO's new V0 S1 kit. So V0.2 isn't released yet, so we'll be building it as a V0.1. However, that just means I can update it later, right? We can do an updating a printer stream. So. Yeah, it'll be the first V0 that I've done on YouTube. So I was actually kind of surprised to notice that I've done one stream on any V0 content in the past 15 months. So, okay, let's see here. I'm hoping to get a little better view for you here. Is that reasonable? I can always use the close-up camera. I don't have a lot of depth to my workspace here. S1 is, John, is totally an LDO thing. It's basically a V0 with a lot of their upgrades. So it has the Kirigami bed. They've gotten permission. They're including the Kirigami bed with their kit. So it's not theirs, but their Pico Billicle, which is a RP2040 controller for the tool head. So that and a different bed, a few other things are in that. Is there any hardware difference between V0.1 and 0.2? Without it being final, I can't tell you for sure, and I don't even actually, I'm probably missing something, but I would say it's 90+% just STL changes. So, okay, something you might notice that's different from last stream is I changed the power supply. And the only reason I did that is because we've got all the room for activities here. It didn't make a lot of sense to use my UHP power supply in this printer. And that means that I don't have to buy another UHP for the upcoming Micron build. So I decided to use a full-size LRS 200 in here instead of that small power supply. So all the room for activities. The V0 build coming up is going to have some giveaways too. So be sure to stay tuned. Yeah, DJ Natty, I believe, so the big difference on V0.1, it has a 7mm hot end cooling fan, and because of space constraints, and that's expected to be loosened up. Now, if 7mm should still work is the thing. So it's not actually a hardware change, but it could be. Is that what the purple hex tray was for? Thanks for mentioning that, Sean, because that was not the plan. But I thought it was funny when I started steering towards color choices for the V0 and realizing that purple might be a good choice. And then I remember a comment about purple tray must have a purple printer coming up. Now, when that happened, it was not, but now it's working out. So, I did not reprint the DIN clips. I did buy new DIN rails and oriented them horizontally here instead of last time we were trying to make it work vertically. I think this will work out better for me. So let's put the pie here and make sure that we can get to it with the camera. Yeah, there we go. Make sure, and we can easily get to it with the camera wire. So camera can plug in there. This has a little bit of freedom to move along here. I'll probably mount that about right there. And then that's a nice little spot for the camera cord. Hey, Dustin, welcome. Nice, Polar. Just make sure Scott's not here to read that. Is Scott around? That is cross wires in my brain. Yes, you are going to make lunch plans. Sorry about that. What filament was that purple? So the purple that I showed you for the V0 parts is Sparta Sparkle Purple. The tray that I printed, though, was KVP Proper Purple. Okay, now I've got wires on here. I probably want to go make sure we're placing this where I can get to things. And maybe... Yeah, that's funny, Polar. I'm sorry about that. That was a total crossed wires in my brain. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome. Hey, BBs. Okay, let's see here. We've got, let's start with the Z steppers, get things lined up, and then we'll put the AC wiring in place. I need to actually fix these in place because they're not tightened because I didn't know it's spacing yet. I don't know if anybody, nah, never mind. I don't know what I was gonna say. So what I basically just want is enough space here in the back for to not be too close to the stepper. So I just have room to move. So let's just start. Let's put that right there at 105 millimeters. What's the board next to the Pi? So this is the USB to CAN adapter. This is the mellow version. So it's USB TO, or it's UTOC is their name. So U2C. The Big Tree Tech version is U number 2C. But they're basically effectively the same board. It has a USB from the Pi. It has its own little firmware or whatever loaded to it, and then you have outputs for your CAN devices. Need to fit the Wago block you took out last session. Correct. That, and I'll be able to use the same one because I changed the orientation of my stuff, so this will fit right here, just like before. That'll fit right into the corner. But let's get the DIN rails all put into place. Let's pull. Let's pull all this off so I can actually get to stuff. CAN bus mini MCU, basically, yeah. So why do we need USB to CAN? Why not just USB direct to the head? Because I'm using CAN tool head boards, and that's because I can. So without CAN board, you can control 2 tool head boards, right? Yes. You just set up, you need to watch our, I think we just need to watch the, where we put the terminating resistors and make sure we end up with those being correct. Mitchell, I have not been out biking. I have not. I haven't been running either. I did one run and then I haven't been back out. I need to. So, okay, let's put the power supply back in because that's the big thing, and then make sure we have enough space here for all the wires I want to do. Actually, I want to go probably about there. So Let's go right there, 95. Golden Jaguar, tap us out. Check the pinned post. Have I used any of the Manta boards yet? No, but I have an M4P that I'm gonna use on my Legacy, but I haven't gotten there yet. Started, but haven't gotten too far on that. Am I going to make a Tridex with dual tap? Can't, because it's not compatible yet. Need a basket for the bike so you can take Charlie along with you. He would be terrified. Millimeters. Right there. And I am going to shift this one down so I get more room here to run wires through the gap there. I need this to be this far down, or this far up. So let's put this right about there. You made sure it's a genuine CM4 for the Manta Big Tree. Yeah, no, I will be using the CB. I don't have a CM4, and I haven't been able to find one anywhere in stock, so I will be using the CB1, whatever pain that ends up being. So we will see. At the very least, it'll be nice to be able to confirm the issues and maybe see what it takes to get them taken care of. Let's go right there. Okay. I'm taking my electric bike to Sacramento and ridden in the area. There are lots of good places to ride around here, yep. I will send you a King 2CM4, a Link, or a King. Okay, we have the Mellow Super 8 V1.2 controller, and we have the steppers here. Let's see how they are labeled and see where we're going to be going with our where we're going to be going with our Z stuff. Now, based on, and only based on the fact that I'm going to be using CAN for the toolhead boards and stuff, I think I'm going to go, what do I want to do? Because oh, maybe I can do this. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, where can I reach? But I can reach much further if I go across here and then under the board and loop around and plug in like this. I'll tie all those out of the way, of course, but I can get much further if I do that. So I'm gonna go A, B, Z0, Z1, Z2, and then one of these, because I have a PT100, a PT100 step stick will go into one of these other boards, or slots. Thanks, Phil. I'd appreciate that if you know where to get one. I've been occasionally looking at Pi Locator, but okay. So that's going to go there. That means this is going to have a much shorter route like that. Maybe I'll do the same thing and come under. That'll keep all this kind of clear. I have, instead of the wire channels, I tend to use these little zip tie anchors that I just put a piece of VHB on the back of and then just place them where I think I need them. So we're gonna start with that. just start getting things moving. This is basically going to be the same process I take when I'm off camera as on camera, and just figuring out where things make sense. And lots of zip ties. So set a pile of zip ties over here and just start going. Oh, that's a good call. Thanks, Sean. Charlie is in a good spot for a Charlie cam. Thanks for the reminder, Sean. There we go. Hey, Malfrey. Okay. Lots of slack here. That's about the only thing that's going to go in here, so I'll tie that. Do you order the USB heated pillow for Charlie? No. He likes his pillow there. I am looking forward to not having pie supply woes, for sure. Okay, and then I'm just gonna go kind of along here. And I'll end up going through quite a few zip ties because I'll put stuff temporarily in place and then realize I forgot something. So for this one, I'm just gonna click it until it just locks so I could potentially just put stuff in there. So this is front left is Z0. So I'm gonna put it, I think its length is already good for right here. And that'll just go right like that. And then Z1 is the rear stepper. And I'm gonna come up along here and then around and plug in right here. So another tie. Let's go right there. And then right here. Good thing you get your LDO kits with pies. Not always. Not always, DJ Natty. I have a couple extra. I've had them for, I mean, since before the shortages, so. Twist ties everything, then when it's finalized zip ties. Yeah. Let's go here. I think I'll just do a quick loop just to hold things in place and then tighten down later. And that'll minimize the changes I need to make. There we go. So just like, oops. There we go. And then I can push another connector through there if I need to later. And you know, yep, I'm doing the very loose method, and then I'll tighten down later. So that goes there, and then we're gonna grab another one. Do I expect any problems using the CB1? I don't know. A lot of other people have had kind of the teething issues on those, so I'm hoping by the time I get to it, it is kind of sorted out. Okay, that goes there, and then we'll need another one up here. I printed out like 15 of these, so hopefully I have enough. Oops. My source sold out. They've had stock all week and had 4 an hour ago. They probably showed up on some list. That's okay. I don't mind trying the CB1. It'll be good experience. Is this a Super 8 board right? I hope you have the Mellow TNC 22092. Not had to cut the sensorless homing pin on the driver. The Mellow have a switch on the underside. That's good to know, and I do have the Mellow drivers for this. Okay, and then a couple more of these. I'm using Manta M4P with CB1 on my underwire conversion. I had some issues getting it to connect to my wires initially, but no issues since. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna come along probably about there. And also up here. I have a Manta M8P with CB1 on the way for my Hydra upgrade. What's a Hydra? What is a Hydra? Oh, that's the 0G. The Ender 5 conversion that I actually would like to explore that at some point. Okay. Is it true that you can't use clipper screen with CB1? I saw something about that. My plan was to use an HDMI display if I needed a screen, but the Legacy I'm gonna put it on won't have a touch screen, so. And then these two into here. Kinematic bed for the 0G. Mercury 1, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah, the Mercury 1 with that kinematic bed looks like a fun build. These are printed cable tie hide downs. I don't know if I've got them out on the GitHub or not. Okay, so these are all reasonable cable lengths, and I'm gonna tighten this one down because I don't anticipate needing another one to go there. Same here, and just making sure I have plenty of extra space. So now this is gonna go here, and these are gonna go here. So now both of these need to be cut because I don't want all this extra wire here. So I'm gonna cut and recrimp these to go into these two spots. So this one is there. These two are gonna go, we want some extra. We can tuck it under the controller here, but something like that is probably where I'm gonna go. Yep. Okay. Cringe, wince when I cut the wires. Okay. Hi, Derek. So, for those of you were here last time, I'm back to the iWis crimpers because the PA09s available on Amazon appear to all be either counterfeit or just made in a different factory, and they suck. Yep. So, iWis 2820Ms. I would like to get my hands on some genuine made in Japan PA09s, but I'll do that later. The Z-rods on my Trident will occasionally squeak. What lube do you recommend? Tried 3-in-1, but that dries up. Probably just like super lube, like the, where is, I'd probably just go with something like this. I don't think I'd do the EP2 on those because that's just kind of sticky, and I would leave them long and call it a service loop, but then it ends up just getting cluttered, and I don't want the clutter. Right. The problem, Alexander, is it appears you have no idea what you're getting. All the pictures are the genuine Japanese. They say made in Japan. They're engraved on the tool, but you don't know. All of the pictures are like that. You don't know which one you're going to get when you order off Amazon for those. So my general recommendation is stay away from the Amazon PA09s. They were an absolute nightmare to try to crimp with. Compared to these, and maybe compared to some genuine PA09s. I just don't have any experience with those. I have not, I did get the Hosens. These are Hosen P707s. I have not tried them yet, actually. But these have the proper dies for DuPont, so I will be trying those in a later build. Yeah, I think you probably need to be spending about 60 USD in order to be sure you're getting from like Adafruit carries PA09s that I'm sure are genuine. Yeah. Okay, let me get focus. I was just not happy. I was so excited to see them go on sale for a low price, so I ordered them to check them out, but they were not fun to use. So trust big resellers of electronics components. Those should, yeah, I would go with, I don't know of any other distributors, but Adafruit does carry them. The shape of the locking arm, yep. Here, I can show you. So I haven't actually taken them back to the thing, but if you can see through the plastic there, the shape of the locking arm here, the genuine ones are rounded, are convex to rounded to the outside and have little ridges on it. And the genuine ones right around here are engraved made in Japan. And these are not. Like these are Amazon source PA06s. And you see, they're actually engraved made in Japan. And these have been great. So so I've been looking at all the engineer stuff I've bought off Amazon. I bought these side cutters, and they also have a made in Japan engraved on them. And the solder sucker also says made in Japan. So now, like I said, I don't know that they're fakes. They do say on the packaging, made in Taiwan. Maybe Engineer has a Taiwan-based facility, and the stuff coming out of there is made different from the stuff coming out of their Japan-based facility. It isn't easy when you're big in Japan. Okay, before I get too far, I do want to, where I can, I want to label. So I'm gonna set up a quick Z0, nope, there we go. Z1, Z2, what else am I gonna wanna, excuse me. Let's go ahead and just get the A and B steppers. My fiber laser can also engrave made in Japan, though. You're right, Bruno. You're right. They once they get more and more clever with counterfeits, you have to start looking at other things. You're absolutely right. What else am I going to want to label right now while I'm doing, because you want to queue up as many labels as you can with these, because there's quite a bit of waste on either side. So all my steppers, and that's all that's going here. I can label the end stops. Let's see, how do I want to label that? Y1 and Y2. Y1, actually I'll go Y0. Y0 and Y1, since it's toolhead 0 and toolhead 1. X0. X1, and then I think that'll do for now. That'll be a good bit. On that label printer, you just need one more label beyond to print and cut efficiently. One more label beyond to print and cut efficiently. I'm not sure what you mean there. Uh-oh. I think I'm out. Yep. That cartridge is done. What was that, 5.8 millimeter? Got another. I've got more. So I hope I have more. 5.8, there we go. Doesn't do it every time, even if you end with an emoji, just most of the time. Oh, the YouTube bug. Let's see. There we go. Let's try this again. I always make and buy doubles if I can. Hey, Bad Bouncer. and then I gotta feed and cut. So see, this side doesn't count because it's a fresh cartridge, but that's how much I've been wasting on the ends. It's really irritating. Okay, so this one here is Z2. And the 5.8 millimeter shrink tube is just barely big enough. There we go. And then this will be Z1. And I'll label Z0 later since it still had a connector on it. I may have to do a different label for that one. There we go. Hey, Adrian. Okay. Ow. Jam my fingers into my shelf. I'm not great at crimping, so I don't know if the issues I have are operator error or a bad tool. The problems I had, so to be specific, the problems I had with the with those PA09s is it appears the finish on them is rough. It's not a smooth finish around the crimp areas. So the terminals are getting caught in there. And on the small JSTPHs, it was at the end of the crimp, it was twisting at the last second. And then on the insulating crimps, it was just really hard to get it centered. It kept catching on the edge of the jaws. Excuse me. Where I don't have any of those problems on these, and you can tell. I don't know if you can tell when you look at the iWis. Look how tight the tolerance are between the jaws. Now hold on, let me open these up again, and I'll show you. I'm holding them closed, and look at the gaps there. There we go. Look at the gaps there. Look at the difference. There should be a margin setting under the label setting. Set it to narrow. That should shorten the extra length on each side. Let's see. Settings. It doesn't really show up very well, does it? That's not really showing up, so I'll just look for the adjust length. Is that where it is? It's at 0. I don't see anything else. I'll have to look into that closer later then. It's something I should look into then. I've also had the parts getting stuck after crimping. Well, in general, they kind of get stuck in these too. You just push from both sides so you don't accidentally bend the wire weird. I usually push with my thumb on one side, I think it is, and my finger on the other. Okay, let's get back to business. Okay, so the order is blue, red, green, black. Probably here. Yep. So I was explaining last stream as well how I crimp, and I tend to grab the terminal just at the very tip of my fingers, only because it works for me and it's quicker. But probably the better way to teach someone to do this, as was pointed out, is to put your, just don't crimp it down, but put your terminal into the spot and then insert your wire and then crimp. So I don't do that because I can do it quickly the other way with fewer motions. It's just I sometimes drop it. So, but overall, I think it's quicker for me to do this. Kind of in one motion. Okay, so there's one, and it is labeled, and this is Z1, and it's blue, red, green, black. Just keeping these matched up. All that in there. So then Z1, I'm gonna come in here, and plug in right there. I'll probably have another tie right about there. Let's do that. Tweezers though. Maybe right there. Hey, Andres. Charlie Bum. He likes being scratched above his tail. I'll probably wake him up, but he likes right there. Hey, Cheetah Kid. Hey, Ken. It's tapping time. Wow, yes, tapping is released. Okay, there's one, need 3 more. Hey, Zarp. Okay. Oh, let's try something. I got these guys last time, and they tend to work a little better, I think, with the 24 gauge stuff. So let's see. Well, they were. That's weird. Oh, there is a tension adjustment. There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. And they're not working that great. Okay. Well, PTFE wire is tough. Tough to find a good crimper for. It's so slick. Blue. Hi, Eric. Ah. And one more. And blue, red, green, black. Black. Okay, and then this, right there, put that there, zip tie, kind of loosely holding them right here. Hey, Zombie Hedgehog, welcome. Tap parts printing 15%, maybe done by end of stream. We're probably gonna go a little while today. Wiring just takes a while, so hang out and crimp is the deal today. We getting ready to talk about strippers? Are they incoming? Are the bots gonna be incoming now? The engineers were the Taiwan version, whether those are knockoffs or from a different plant, who knows? Baiting the bots. I will give a wholehearted recommendation on the iWSs at this point. If you can find genuine PA09s, I can't give a recommendation until I've tried them. But I do not recommend the Amazon sourced, any of the Amazon sourced PA09s, because all of them have the Made in Japan logo in the picture, and I know that not all of them are. Yeah. Okay, that is the Z steppers hooked up. So let's shift gears a little bit and start setting up the Fly Super 8 for the things we're gonna need. So let me grab its box. So I've got terminals in here, that's good. But I've got all the fuses and all that kind of stuff. I use the iWS, it's right here. It's the IWS 2820M. Okay, let's go here. So this is the tap GitHub, which I put a link. That's the sticky link. But there's a link here for the Fly Super 8 docs. So let me put this into chat so if you want to follow along. There we go. I prefer the feel. I've found that I prefer the feel of a manual crimper. I tried the 3220Ms and I didn't like them, but it's more feel than whether they were functional. Okay, so Fly Super 8, general information. So board fuses, we're gonna start by putting the fuses in. And maybe we pull this off, pull my connectors off, and take the board off the printer, and we'll go with the overhead view and just set up the board here. So let me put the printer down on the floor. Put this guy right here. Go for this view. Zoomed in. There we go. So I have a bunch of accessories that it came with. So let's just do this. Lots of things. Wi-Fi antenna. Some USB adapter that we won't need. But we will need these little MOSFET modules. So I like loading the connector in the 3220M, then locking with one click. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a pain with the manuals. Works for me personally. Oh yeah. So I like I said, I'm not knocking the 3220s. They just, I feel like I just prefer a manual crimp myself. A lot of people like the 3820s. So we are going to put the fuses in place according to their picture here. And I'm just gonna make a big old mess of jumpers on my table here. So we got a, looks like 15 amps and a 5 amp, 10 amp. 2 15s and a 10. Are these all 15? Yep, okay. And while I'm here, I'm going to pull all of these pre-populated JSTs. Because if I don't use them here, they can still go into my bin of connectors and be useful later. Get the can hat with it. I think, is that what this is? Is that what that is? That plugs into some 4-pin connector. Yeah, I think it plugs in right here, can. I don't know that I can use, I'm gonna just use the U2C adapter. Unless someone knows that other thing will work. There's one of those modules. Now we won't have too much plugged into this board. Not nearly as much as we would if we were using CAN toolhead boards. So really the only fans I'm gonna plug in are for the controller. Everything else is gonna plug into the CAN toolhead boards. Okay, the other fuses were 15 amps. Oops. These are a bit of a pain. There we go. These are tight. There we go. Okay, those are all in there, and I have my phone in my pocket. Why do I have that? Ooh, I have a package coming tomorrow. I might have 2 cool packages tomorrow. Hey, Benjamin. Okay, so that's those. If we go back here, so driver jumpers. So this is a big one down here. So we will be using UART mode. So we're gonna put an orange jumper on each one in that spot. I have no idea when the Recore is gonna be here, Poity. I have a replacement part, and then I have, theoretically, the V0 should be delivered. I'm guessing it'll be delivered tomorrow, if not Tuesday. Okay, so following the diagram, and these are smaller than normal jumpers. These are not your normal size jumpers. These are gonna go in right there on each driver that I'm gonna use. Now, I'm not gonna use that driver, so I'm just gonna take it out. So over here, I wonder if the drivers can plug down, because these stick up above the level of the stepper or the thing. It might fit. We'll find out. The step stick. So those, that one, and this one. Now I'm using a PT100 step stick board on this because I had a custom Kinovo silicone bed heater made with a PT100. I wouldn't do it again, but I did it for this one. So I need one of these to be in SPI mode. So I'm gonna follow the directions here for the 4 jumpers along the bottom here for SPI mode, and I'm gonna use the last stepper here for that. So I'm gonna go here, here, and here. There we go. Is there one more fuse? There is one more fuse. Thanks, Znook. Let's see. Which fuse did I miss? Oh, a blue one. Blue one at the top. Okay. That's why I have another blue one. Now I've got them all. Thank you. You can trim the jumpers a bit. Mine did the same. Yeah, I see they're sticking above, but there is still the step stick side connector on these, so it may be okay. Okay. Last one there I'm going to use for the PT100 step stick, and it's SPI. The other 5, A, B, and then Z0, 1, and 2 are UART. And I have, wherever I put those, aha. The Mellow 2209 steppers. So let's go ahead and heat sinks and start plugging those in where I'm going to need them. So now I hear there is a switch on the bottom for there's a switch on the bottom for setting the diag pin, right? Yeah, I was just noticing it's probably going to hit, these jumpers are probably going to hit this little dip switch here. So there's a switch here for setting, what I'm hearing is the, that jumper is going to hit right there. Wait, don't you need 7 steppers with UART populated? Or did I miss something? Well, I'm using CAN tool headboards. So, oh, I do need 7 because they're two steppers per side. So there's 4, 6, 7. You're right. You're right. Thank you. I was thinking a regular Core XY gantry. So I'm glad I set the last one to SPI. Oh, I need to label more steppers. I need 9 steppers total. That's right. That's right. Okay. Let's go in here, since I know these are going to be a problem, and trim these right below. Right below. There's a little tab on them. I'm just going to trim them right below that. Then I know I'll have room. These are going flying, so. And I think I'm gonna have to pull these to trim them. Yep, that was a brain fart on my side. I forgot the extra steppers on the gantry. Which means I'm gonna have to change some of I need to print out some more labels. Because they're not A and B. It's... Hi, John. The blue fuses are 15 amp, correct. And the red fuse is 10 amp. Okay, so is there documentation on these step sticks? What is that switch? I trimmed the SPI ones. Oh, is there the little 2209s? I'm looking at the docs. Or can anybody confirm where I need to set this little dip switch on the bottom of these step sticks? Do they have... Okay, the driver diag pin used on sensorless homing and stall detection. The Fly Super 8 does not have a way of disabling the diag pin as it is designed to be used with the Fly 209 drivers, which have the switch on the underside of them for disabling the diag pin. If you plan on, you need to, okay, so the drivers here, so there's a link. Oops, that's just a purchase link. Come on, Mello. I imagine it just needs to be off, and it looks like they're off by default. Hey, Grant. What label maker do I use? I've been using the Brother P-Touch PTD 600. PTD 600. Click on the fly link. Well, that just took me to their page. That just took me to the AliExpress page. But these are just on and off, so I'm assuming just off is what I want. You think there's a pick? Let's find out. Sean, did you see the E3D announcement of Smurf? Yes, I've been, I'm planning, planning on going. The SMF. Let's see, is there a pick? Pins description. UART mode pin selection. Wiring diagram. And here, diag switch. The motherboard can control the infinite return. For the motherboard without jumper cap, the pin should be cut. I think it just needs to be in the off position here. Is that announcement on Twitter? Yeah, I've seen some posts on Twitter. It's inconclusive, so I'm imagine there's an on the switch, so I'm gonna leave it in the off position, and we'll see. If we have problems later, we'll come back to it. So, all of these are in the off position by default. I'm gonna check them as I put them in. And there's plenty of room there. Where is Smurf? In Oxford. It'll be held in Oxford. So those go there, and then we need heat sinks. Go. And I want these oriented probably this way. My piano looks genuine compared to the pictures on Engineer website, and also tend to bend and get stuck in the jaw. I printed a little support, and it helps a bit. Interesting. I have no problems with continuing to just use my iWisses then. Danny, thanks for becoming a member. What tweezers do I use? So this particular set, I believe, came from Sparta 3D when I ordered Filament. They tend to throw in little bits, little tools like this X-Acto knife, or a generic term X-Acto, came from them. Yeah, these tweezers came from them at one point. So just something with a sharp tip works pretty well for this. Well, these didn't, I mean, these only cost me buying Filament. They just, I think they do that as a normal thing. They include a little tool. Like I said, I've got those. I have this flat blade razor knife, or scraper, because this isn't actually sharp. It's like a scraper. Came in one. Okay, those are in. Let's grab the, where is that? The PT100 step stick out of the old board. That goes right in there like that. There. You got tweezers in both your Sparta orders? Yep. Oh, I live really close to you, and I used to work at Schilling Robotics in Davis. Awesome. Are you in Davis, or are you in the Sacramento area? Why PT100? Because I wanted to try a PT100. I was putting PT100s in my tool heads, and I ended up buying a Kinovo bed heater that's got a PT100 built in. So I've moved more towards using either PT1000s or just the 104 NTs or GTs or whatever. But since I don't want to change out the silicone heater on this, I got to keep the compatibility. Oh, you're in Orangevale. One of my coworkers is in Orangevale. Okay, what else do we need to do on here? So let's look at the rest of this. Oops, that's not where I want. I want to go back to the documentation. Yeah, I mentioned that there was going to be an event in the UK that sometime next year to my wife, and she said, okay, let's make a vacation of it. So, score. Hey, PF Dennis. Okay, driver diag pin, driver signal voltage. This is on the driver itself. That's it. The output voltage of each driver, EN step and direction, can be configured to either 3.35 or 12 volts. The default is 5 volts. I shouldn't need to change that, right? Fan MOSFETs. The Fly Super 8 has a unique feature in that the fan MOSFETs are replaceable. Each MOSFET controls 2 of the fan outputs. The orientation that the fan MOSFET is plugged into the board doesn't matter. That's very nice. That's good that it doesn't matter. Oh, you'll bring the licorice? Awesome. My wife is also a big fan of black licorice, so that would probably be appreciated. Hey, holla holla. You put in the MOSFET, which I got a few of those. It came with a good number of them. So what do we need to do? I am going to be hooking up 2 case fans, and I think that's all that's going to go onto here. So I'm just going to hook up 2 of these MOSFETs. Well, I just need to hook up 1, and it's going to it'll just control both of those. So let's just plug in one of these, and we'll use those 2 outputs, and we can move that around if we want, depending on what makes sense for wiring. Hey, Domenico. Oh, in the UK, licorice is black by default. Seeing black licorice is like saying white snow. Well, we have red licorice and black licorice typically here. Okay, so this is indicating what voltage of the fans we're going to use, 5, 12, or 24 volts. So let's set that for both of these to 24 volt. Before I forget and wonder why the fans aren't working. Okay, so I think that is what we want. So we have pin 24 volts for both fans there, and then in the middle is that little MOSFET board. And we'll use these two connectors, and I might move them depending on where the wires make sense later. I/O output voltage. The I/O output voltage can be set to either 3.35 or 12 volts. The default is 5 volts. So these are all things that you would change via soldering stuff. Is there anything I'm gonna need to change here? I don't think so. At least I think that looks like it needs to be soldered to change. Yeah. Okay, that's for the end stops over there. So. Maximum high volt input voltage. The 3 high volt drivers have been tested with 48 volts. We're not going to be running 48 volts on any of these. Oh yeah, I saw stroopwafels at Costco. I was there the other day. We saw stroopwafels there. Thermistor connection. Thermistors should use the ADC inputs. The thermistors should be connected between ground and the signal pin. And the board that you'll receive doesn't have any firmware installed, so when plugged into a computer, the board will show as an unidentified device. Okay. The 3 high voltage drivers. Is there some indicator on here on which are the high voltage? We're not using any. And is there anything I need to do? Yeah, I don't see if I need to do anything else. It's an STM32F407. Oh, I forgot a connector. Okay, and then we have this neat little sticker here that I'm going to do a better job than they did trimming. If I can get to some scissors. Everything you need to know you learned in kindergarten, right? Cut along a line with scissors. Silly question, but what expo is Steve talking about? SMRF, SMRRF, the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation Rep Rap Festival, to be held in Oxford, England. A year from a couple of days from now. Next, December 2nd and 3rd, I think, 2023. Okay, so this is gonna go on here, and this is, yep. Okay, nicely labeled now. I've already booked hotel? I haven't even thought about that yet. I don't even have a passport yet. So I may have missed this, but why is Super 8 versus an Octopus? My own preference. Now, that's the wrong word, not my own preference. My own decision there. So Mello sent me the SB2040 boards. They sent me 2 of those and a Fly Gemini to try out on some other printer. because I want to just check out, because I haven't messed with any of the Mellow stuff, I bought this and the U2C board and the drivers off their AliExpress store. So I would just have a full Mellow experience. So that's all just me. That's why I'm trying this. I don't know if it's any better. I don't know anything really about it compared to the Octopus. It's just, that's why, is to use it in a build, just because. Ultimate Rep Fest, there you go. How's the Solid Ford been treating you? I need to finish up the panels and stuff. And I need to figure out the Wi-Fi thing, because Wi-Fi performance is not great on that skipper board. Yeah, I've never been out of the country, so I've never had to have a passport before. Whew. Hope you have a good recovery there, PJ. Thanks for being here. Hi, Michael. Oxford University was a thing when the Aztecs were around. Isn't that amazing? Wow. I never buy AliExpress. So right now, I hear that Mellow is in a COVID lockdown situation. But when I ordered, I placed the order and the next day I had a shipping notice, and like 2 weeks later I had the boards. So that's on high up there on the AliExpress experiences for me. Okay. I've never been out of the US, nope. But I'm going to be changing that. Well, the US is a very big place. I've been all over the country. I've just not been out of it. Okay, I think that's all we need to do. I think that's all we need to do for the board. So let's get back to wiring. Put some of this stuff back in here. I'm probably gonna want to use these terminals. I'm gonna keep those up here. And put the rest of this in a little baggie. So yeah, Evil, the hope would be to go to Oxford this time next year. Yeah, Domenico, I heard you were relatively close to me recently over in Sonoma area. I saw your Twitter posts on that. So yeah, the plan is to go to the UK. If everything pans out, okay. Let's start putting this stuff back in and get things moving. About the center. So I'm gonna go right. Right there. This one goes under. Oh. Well, that's my whole little problem with here. That's gonna plug in over here now, which means I've got lots of extra slack on these now. That's gonna go there. And that's gonna go there. Oh well, lots of extra slack on those connectors. Don't forget a passport for Charlie. That would be a nightmare. Worcestershire? Is that right? Worcestershire? Evil, the event is supposed to be the 2nd and 3rd of December, 2023. That was wrong? Okay. Worcestershire? Worcestershire? Now I'm all off. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Okay. Anyway. Let's get power going. Let's get power. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. They put every animal in 2-week quarantine? That would really be terrible. I ordered from Mello on November 3rd. Yeah, they went into a COVID lockdown at some point. Oh, I gotta shift my, I'm running into clearance, barely a clearance issue. I need to shift it by like a millimeter. There. That was like a millimeter. And I'll just use this to set the other side. There we go. I won't be taking Charlie. Charlie doesn't leave the house. Oh, that's what that was there for already. Okay. And I need a couple of fasteners. Water. I don't say water. I say water. I need some water. Okay, that's there. This is gonna go input on that side. It's gonna go somewhere along here. This is gonna go somewhere along here. Well, being basically raised in California, generally don't have an accent. So so we do, my son will not be going with us on the trip. So Charlie will have care. Okay, power inlet. Power inlet. I'm just realizing I'm gonna need to reprint that. Yeah. So I printed all these with the mesh, and this has a couple of spots that need mesh. Okay, well, I'll do that later. People with accents always say that about accents, except for it's true. Californians don't pronounce the T in a lot of words. Sacramento. It's Sacra Tomato. So we're gonna start putting the relevant skirt pieces in. Okay. All right, Ent. We probably don't have an accent because everyone on TV sounds like us. Exactly. Oh, Charlie's up and about. Move this off the end so I can get this installed. Nope, that wasn't in the right spot. Charlie wants out. Yes, he does. He does. Let me turn that off. There you go. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. Is it I5 or 5? I'd say I5. I say I5. I never say the 5. $99 is best highway. 99 is a lot better since they've made it multi-lane freeway. I remember when much of it was not. Okay, so I'm putting ground on the side here. Any wires that are coming through here are going to be going across ground instead of live and neutral. I don't know if it really matters, but it sounds good to me. I usually say just 99 or 50 or whatever. For the color code here, because most of my wiring around here is black, white, and green for US AC wiring. However, this harness originated from Lineo, and so it has blue, brown, and then yellow with a green stripe. Now, obviously, the yellow with green stripe is ground, but which one's live? Blue or, is it blue or brown? Brown, I would imagine, is live. Hey, PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Robbie from Indonesia. Brown is live? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm. So just get those going so I can figure out where the rest of my, what I need to remake for length changes or. Blue is neutral, brown is live. Okay. I got it. Thank you. I could have looked it up, but I imagine somebody here was gonna have the quick answer. Okay. There are... This is what I ran for. Yeah, I think that'll still work. Yep. Oh, neat. The power supply came with its little clear cover. To be truthful, I grabbed this power supply from my other Trident kit that isn't built yet. So that would be, here comes Charlie. That would be very cool if LDO is including this little cover now. I'll have to ask them. Okay, so yeah, and that lines up exactly where it was before. Live. Neutral. And ground. Thanks, Nelson. Do it like airplane wiring, all wires are white? Okay. Ferrules with my Wagos. So I had just twisted the wires, but ferrules work as well. But, okay, I want to swap these, I think, based on how I might have done it before. Oops. There we go. And then this is going to come down through here. That's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but it'll be just on the edge of okay. Ground. Live. And neutral. Where did my tweezers go? There we go. Okay, what am I missing? Use a Sharpie and mark the Wagos with live, neutral, and ground. Well, they're colored. I think we're okay. The only wire that's any kind of a stretch is the ground, and it's okay. Everything's out of the way here. Should be good to go. And this can even move over just a little bit to relieve that, and we'll be fine. Can move over a lot of it. Keep my little AC quadrant. I like to keep all the high voltage wiring isolated to at least an area of the printer. Need to shake the head of the person who invented Wagos. No more twist caps. Yeah, I like Wagos. So Agent Kane, this printer is mostly self-sourced. This was built originally right after we released Trident. So the frame and steppers are LDO, or were originally LDO, but everything else was just as I bought stuff or put things together. And then like Lineo provided a harness for it, which I'm not going to be able to use most of it. But the AC wiring is the same stuff they provided. Would a ferrule reach far enough into a Wago? Properly sized, as long as the insulating part of it will fit in the in the opening on the front. I think up to a certain gauge, it would be okay. I'm gonna get my tuning profile set up and finally flip the thing. I'm gonna have to do that connection block. I have a case of those connectors. Yeah. Something I noticed and I didn't do yet. Something to remember. Us in the US, it's not catastrophic, but the voltage selector on this power supply, switch that. It's not catastrophic, but it don't work well when it's not set correctly. Okay, this should be okay, so let's do our first voltage check while we're here. Let's make sure this is turned off. And here, I'm gonna get my voltmeter out. We are already 2 hours into this, and I don't feel like I've gotten nearly as far as I want to. That's okay. Just rewire the house for 220. Let's see, we're on voltage and here and here, and I am, okay. So it's nothing, and then turn it on. Hey, BT Cruiser. And 24.05, perfect. Turn it off. No sparky time. We don't want sparky time. Where's Charlie? Oh, he's doing his business. An hour of the string was about crimpers. This is true. Okay, AC wire is done. Let's run our DC wire from the power supply to the thing. Now, I'm going to need to run a big old loop of wires here, aren't I? To power this thing. Let's look at, do they have any information here? What do we have? Drive power high and low. What is this? They talk about the high voltage wire here, but they don't actually tell us anything. Is there more in here? Charlie wants out, give me a second. Okay, where is the information on how to power this thing? Let's see if they have more info on their AliExpress page, because apparently they put stuff here. Hey, Jose. Well, Happy, this is actually two frame kits combined. It's a 350 in the X direction and a 250 in the Y direction. Okay, what do we have? Biggest version that all drivers support 48 volt high voltage. So how do I just power it on the 24 volt side, the low voltage side? Is there a jumper or a switch? Yeah, so all this information is here, but do I have to jumper between those or, oh. Yeah, all this is here. So this is, let's see, there we go. Drive power low, drive power high, and then power for the board and heater, and then power for the bed, and then bed out. So the question is, where do I just need to jumper a bunch of these and then go to 24 volts? Or do I only need to do the low drive power? A little more documentation on this would be nice. So here's, oops, let me bring this up. Drive power, oh, this is, they say all of them support high voltage, but this says drive power for 0 to 2, and this says drive power for 3 to 7. I think I just need to jumper all of these, because this would indicate, now they all support high voltage, but it looks like this powers 0, 0, 1, and 2, and this powers 3 through 7. Then we have motherboard and heater power, and then bed power. I think it's many loops. It's like that in case you need to use 24 volts on extruder, etc. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But I'm just, do I need to jumper both of these? It looks like I do. I need to basically jumper everything here and then bed out. As that's worded, I would have jumpered it all, yep. Use wires to each connector, don't jump one to the next. I don't have enough wires to do that. Check the caps under the drivers, it will tell you if they are all high voltage. That's okay, I'm not worried about high voltage or not. And it says they're all high volt capable now. Yeah, that's a 63 volt. That's a 63 volt. Yeah, and they're all 63 volt caps, or say so right on top. I'm not worried about the capability, I'm just worried about how to actually, I guess what I'll do is I'm gonna jumper loop the drive powers and take them to the power supply. And then maybe I'll just run the bed off of fan output instead, and then I don't have to power the bed. Since I'm using an 8C bed. Jumping between the small wires may give you a possible bottleneck. No, I'm not gonna use small wires. But maybe I'll jumper the stepper drivers. So I'm gonna jumper the stepper drivers and go back to the power supply, just loop them, and then one set back here. One set back to home for the bed power, and then I'm gonna ignore for the board and heater power, and then I'm gonna ignore the bed, and I'm gonna run the bed off the extruder output then, since I don't need extruder outputs here. I don't need the bed output because I've got a SSR. So, what do we want to see? The power? This is the Fly Super 8. I guess these two should. No. Ground does. Ground are connected. those wouldn't be. So I only need to run a jumper for the positive voltage then. I only need to run a jumper for I can just run one ground and run a jumper for the positive side. Okay. Where did I put those? Oh, I set them over here. So 2 of these. Is there enough room there? And then I have some heavy gauge silicone wire that I like to use for DC power. There we go. This will work. How did I power the Pi on this before? Are you going to power the Pi and the CAN board? So the CAN board, I'm going to go back to the power supply direct. So I have 3 outputs on the power supply. So I'm going to send 2 to the main board and 1 to the CAN board. And then, how did I power this in the old setup? I think I powered it through USB, but I'll change something else. Yeah, the first 3 and then the rest. The Super 8 has output. Where is the output? Let's see, it should be right here. USB power, USB. This should, does this have? BL Touch, accelerometer, ST-Link. What do we have? That screen. I'm not really seeing anything for. What is that connector? This connector is a thermistor. Best practice is to have a fuse between PSU and CAN board 2, so it's possibility to get the 24 volts from the CAN board through the board. Through the board where? See you, Benjamin. Oh, the CAN port? Ground from the PSU and 24 volts from one of the heater ports. Wow. Oh, I could, okay, so you're saying fuse the U2C, oops. Fuse the U2C by connecting it to heater positive? You should be, there was an adapter in the box for CAN port to USB. Can the CAN port supply enough power to power a Pi 4 though? Does this have, so I am noticing a lack of detailed documentation from Mello. Like how much current can that board supply? Look a bit lower on the page until you find a 524 volt photo under it says something about Raspberry. Okay. Where's my mouse? Oh, you say a little bit further down this page, or was it the other page? Fan moss can be replaced. 3 high voltage drive module interfaces. Wow. This is a 5-volt short circuit alarm. See ya, Evil. Drive low analog high voltage input motherboard protection diode. This is fans. Aha, this is the adapter module plugged in to power the Raspberry Pi. Okay. That plugs into CAN. Let's see what else we need to do here. Is that all they're gonna tell me about it? I guess we'll just try it. I don't think the CAN boards all have fuses for the 24 volt input on them. No, I don't see a fuse here. What about running a separate power supply for the Pi? That's an option too, but right now I'm going to use this little board they came with and see if I get low voltage warnings or not. I mean, the EB36 or the mellow stuff. I think you need to short some pins. Short some pins? Yeah, there was some info up here. This is the jumpers for fans. And then a little further up, this is set up for 5 volts by default. So a lot of this is all default. The Pi needs 3 amps, yeah. Okay, let's move to getting this board powered. And getting the Pi powered, and apparently, I need to figure out how to mount this thing. Maybe this just gets VHB'd, but this plugs in here. That plugs in there, and maybe it can just come around like this and get VHB'd out of the way. And then I need, so let's just let this hang for a minute. Let that hang, and then I need a USB to USB-C to power the Pi. I'm just gonna unplug that for now, and then power to this, and then we can start this up and see what happens. So let's get some. I like the idea of using some Wagos to do this instead of jumpering the jumpers between here. And I know someone makes a nice Wago snap-on adapter for these. So I think I'm gonna kind of haywire a few things and see where it takes us. So I'm going to figure that this is probably gonna go somewhere, and I'm gonna put some sort of Wago adapter, clip-on Wago adapter right here. So from here to the power supply, I'm gonna need a wire. I'm gonna find some. Couple of these. What do we got going on? Evil's doing something else, huh? Going agriculture from IT? It is quite a difference. Yeah, I think I've not done that before, so I'll try that here, but it means I'm gonna have to print something later. But to get things set up and make progress today, I'm just going to let these hang in the general area, and then I'll clean it up before the next stream. So right now we're gonna get in here and do some crimping. Put that. Yeah. So we've got the main going to the LRS power supply. So this is going to go down here and then loop around and probably end up something like somewhere around here, so into a Wago. So let's cut this about that long, and then it just gets stripped. Oops. The distance for the 11 millimeters for a Wago connector. And then how many am I going to need? If I go just 1, 2, 3, I only need 3. So I need at least a 4. So I guess that's a 5 conductor Wago. So if this is going to go somewhere over here, and then I just need however long for something. Figuring things out as we go. Oh, I missed something. Hey, Chris, thank you. KB3D gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Logan has Wago mounts for the rail on his GitHub page. Yeah, I saw some from Heart K as well, or he pointed to some. Those might be the same. Did you use the SB 2-piece board with CAN? I did. They're the SB 2040s. Are you planning on connecting both toolhead boards to the main CAN boards, or jump CAN bus from one toolhead to another? Both to the main CAN board is the plan. Both to the main CAN board. That is a little... Fold that over. Yep, there we go. This is going to go into power there. And then whatever length I'm going to need to get to that, I'm guessing about there. I'm going to hopefully guess a little long. And then another one. It is a 24-volt power supply. This for the high voltage bank of steppers, all going to the same spot. So about yay long. Smatic said it has a 14050 step-down IC for 5 volts, supports 5 amps output, might be enough to power the Pi. Awesome. Thank you for looking that up. I have some pretty nice Wago DIN mounts too. They have the recessed labels for Even printed them in coordinating colors. Kyle, the Heart K might have been pointing me to yours because that sounds familiar. Okay, so those two. The intent is for these to get cleaned up with vertical DIN rail mounts to go into this spot here. But this is all going to be kind of long and ugly for this test. So, and then I need main board power next. So another one of these for the board power. For the board. And same thing, about the same length. And then it's sounding like there's a good suggestion to power the can off the bed out. That way it's fused, right? Did I catch that right? If I power it off, then I have to send power into the bed power here. Now all of these should be common ground for power. Yep, they're all common ground for power. I missed the beginning of the stream. Does Steve give an update on the engineer crimpers? The engineer crimpers, as purchased from Amazon, no recommend. Don't recommend the ones from Amazon. Okay, and then I guess I need, like I said, one more for the bed side. Anybody confirm, or it sounds like, I think I've got that right. So I do need the full 5-pin Wago for this. Okay, this is bed power here. Then I need another power wire. And I can run power and ground. So power from the bed out, but ground from one of the other outputs to go into the can board here. Kyle, do you have those published on printables or something? Okay, last. That is not connected to common ground. Correct, I'm not gonna run the ground from the bed. I'm just going to run the power from the bed. That way I get a 24 volt power that's fused for the can, but the ground will go to one of these other ground pins here. I'll probably grab the one right next to it, and then I'll run 2 more grounds back to the power supply. Does that sound reasonable? Does that sound... Am I thinking right? The bed output is going to be switched. Now, bed power is on the common ground. May want a different rated fuse, something lower, because that 15 amps is huge, right? Okay, so now power for the can board would be power off of bed out, but ground off the common ground. I am planning on using an AC bed, yes. So then that'll just come around and plug into one of these for power. So that's power, that's bed out power, but ground on the common ground. Then all of these are going to go into a 5-pin Wago going back to the power supply. You know what I have heavier gauge wire for that. I'm gonna redo that with a heavier gauge wire. Since this is 18 gauge, I think I have, this is 16 gauge. So I'm gonna go with a heavier gauge here. Going red wire cross-eyed, yeah. Let's go however long I did here. And redo. Those only go to 18 gauge. Just be light on it. There we go. What do we got? Okay, I need another pin here. Will that go in? Might need a heavier gauge terminal. This one might be too small. Nope, that works. Actually, I have them that are heavier gauge. I do. I'm running low on these terminals, so I want to use the appropriate ones whenever possible. Where are we at? I built an LDO 350 2.4 back in June. I just had 2 wires break in the cable chain recently. Any tips for when I reinstall a new harness to prevent this from happening again? Yes, it's really critical to, in your cable chains, let's see. You have a cable chain here, right? And you want to make sure that when you're running your wires, that instead of that your bundle of wires goes along the center line of this of the turn. So the way to do that is on one end, with one end fixed, on the other end just push the wires all the way in, and it'll push up against the outer part of the curve here, and then pull it all the way out, and it'll pull it to the inside, and then just kind of zip tie it at the middle point between those. That way your wire bundle should follow the center line of your of the bend in the cable chain. Okay, here and oops, I didn't want to do that. There we go. So now this is going to get switched out. Since all of these are 18 gauge, I'm going with a heavier gauge wire to feed the Wago. I'm going with the 16 gauge wire. And then this is going to go there, and then the 16 gauge wire for a ground. And I'm just going to connect it to, am I going to connect it to one of those, or what am I going to do? Oh, I could have used the Nipex strippers. This is heavier gauge wire. It probably would have done just fine. I am really low on these terminals, the crimp terminals. Will this work? Yes, okay. This will work. Just now ripped a belt on my V0.1. Ouch, that's not good. Okay, let's strip these. And let's find out if, while we're here, see if a barrel will fit well. What is the 18 gauge? 18 gauge is red. Let's see if a ferrule seems to fit well in one of these Wagos. Just a test. Just a test here. Yeah. Yeah, that fits in there well, at least at the 18 gauge size. So let's go ahead and use those. Keep those ends clean. Be good to get this thing powered up and look at what it takes to get this board set up. And there. And then all of these will go into here. Just go. And all this, I'm probably going to have to redo all the lengths once I get the DIN mount printed, but this will be safe to just get in there and power things up and see if the Pi powers up. And where are we at? Am I missing stuff? Do you even need to crimp it? You don't. You can use bare wires. The question came up earlier on is if the ferrules will fit properly in the Wago. Everything good? Didn't think about that. Valid point. It is a lot nicer. It doesn't get frayed over time. Okay. Is one 16 gauge wire to one of these connectors enough for the ground, or should I use another Wago and all the rest of the things? I think it's going to be enough. So I'm just going to run ground to that. It'll at least be enough to get past what we want to do today. Should be fine. I think so. So I have a 16 gauge as the power supply to the Wago, and then 18 gauges going to all the things here. And then we'll go just a 16 gauge straight to the board, and that should be powered. Yeah, it's common. I'm avoiding the clutter. And this will get cleaned up significantly before I move on to, before the build's done. Check your PSU cord. I had using 14 gauge wires from inlet terminals, but my cord had 16 gauge, so I needed cord with fat wires. Okay. If I get a USB to USB-C, we should be able to power this on and see if the Pi comes up. Because this is already set up. This is the Pi that I used in this printer before. And then we can move on to more wiring. Kyle, are you still here? Can you send me a link to that Wago mount? Maybe you already did. You did. Never mind. I'm just looking at Discord right now. Let's go over here and bring up a new page, and so we have STLs, DC, and let's go 24 volts. Let's see what this looks like. And it says, oh, I hate the GitHub. 24 volts positive. Is that a 5-pin Wago right there, Kyle? Is that for a 5-pin? Can I get this? I might be able to get this printing. Bear with me. Bear with me. Let me, I've got my V0 right here. Bear with me. I can get this thing printing, and it'll probably be done in no time. Okay, that's clean. It's already got filament in it that I want. They're all 5-pin. Okay, I'm gonna print that real quick. They're all embossed with the polarity info. Yep, so there we go. If only I had an extra printer. Let me jump over here, because once again, I still only have the I still only have the slicers and everything quickly set up on my other computer here. So bear with me. STLs, DC, 24 volts, download to there. Tridex, 24 volt DC, slice, and send. Okay, that is ready. Let's go to V0 gold. Oh, the link to the things. Yeah, thank you. I'll post that here. Oops. Yeah. Control V. There we go. That's the link to it. Plastic boat when? Probably, well, it's going to be several weeks before we're back on this. Let me preheat this. I'm not going to use one for the ground, Leo the Human. I'm just running 16 gauge wire here. I'm running a 16 gauge ground wire from the power supply to the board. I'm running 18 gauge power wires to the three things: the bed, the board, and both banks for the steppers. And then the can board is going to be powered off of the power for the bed output, but then it gets ground from the common ground. That way this gets fused. So there we go. That's preheating. While it's doing that, let me grab a USB to USB-C cable. Preferably a short-ish one. There we go. So now we should be able to go here to, this can just go out of the way, to the Pi. And with all of that, we should be able to turn this on and see what happens. That's to print in what, ABS? Yeah, I'm printing ABS. I'm printing the part in ABS. Hi, Dominic. So to first power on, I'm not gonna plug the Pi in. I'm just gonna power this on and make sure we don't get any magic smoke from the controller here. Now, firmware is not on here. This is all just kind of iterative, plugging things in and testing. So. Electrical connectors, what do you use for? It depends on the purpose. Okay, so if I power this on, we are going to, should see some lights on the board and no smoke. Hopefully no smoke. Yep. We got lights. We got lights. So this should be able to plug in to here and power the Pi, and it's coming on. So with that, we're gonna go back to the computer and see if the Pi's coming on and any low voltage warnings or anything. Green equals good, yes. We are no smoke, no magic smoke. Pi is on, Pi has activity. This is still preheated. So let's go to a new tab. And this was called VT Orange. We should be able to, and this is gonna have all kinds of errors, but the Pi is coming up. So, connection failed to Moonraker. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a good point, Nelson. I've got it held here away. If we go to history, which is what we were looking at, I've got 1,400 hours on this printer. I've got 1,400 hours on the printer. So, and all kinds of things. How many print jobs? 464 print jobs. On the machine, I've just got the host, and I've got things. So what if I do this? We're gonna need to update all this stuff anyway. I think what I'm gonna do with this, is just VHB it to, because it's a completely flat surface here. There's no components on this side. In fact, I don't think I could ground this out. There's nothing exposed for it to short against. But I think I'm gonna just put this like right here, just off to the side, and just VHB it to the deck. I think that'll be fine. Some heat shrink around the PCB should cover it, or go all out and design a small DIN mount. I think, like I said, I think VHB to the deck is gonna be fine. Okay, back to here. We are going to update. We're not gonna do OS packages right now. I'm gonna update mainsail. We're not gonna sit here and wait for this. Just while I have it up, I'm just gonna update Clipper. Because we're gonna need to reflash everything. It's all new stuff, so we wanna start with the latest. So that's 1,400 hours, considering I have how many printers that the load gets spread across. So any single one of my printers don't generally get extreme numbers of hours on them. But this was my go-to for a very long time. Let's see if this all works and does okay. We have lots of wiring left to do. We have lots of wiring left to do. If I want input shaper for both tool heads, I'll need a specific PR. Okay. That is taking a long time. I wonder if Moonraker, because there's been some updates since this. A specific branch of it is what we're looking for, right? I think this is gonna fail because there's been some updates to Moonraker and stuff. I think I'm gonna back out and not actually do this. Let's let this fail. But I don't want to take a bunch of time. I want to get more progress on printing. I mean, on wiring. We won't get, I wasn't worried about being up to speed on the configuration and what clipper and all that kind of stuff today, because today was expected to just be wiring, and it's still, we've got a lot more wiring to do. We're not done. And while that's doing that, let's go back to this and let's just go ahead and set this. It's a V0. There's no real need to do a big preheat or pre-soak. It'll be fine. So let's go ahead and print that. The slicer says that's going to take 34 minutes. I'm guessing about 25. So that has started, it's homing, and it'll be printing here in a moment. What is this one doing? Did it finish? Did it time out? There, error updating Manziel, that's fine. We're just gonna leave it there. We're gonna do a full update on it when we come back to it. But right now, I'm just gonna shut this down and we'll come back to firmware stuff. I just wanted to see it. This does look. There's no low voltage errors. We're just gonna go with it. That is shut down. So let's power this off. Ooh, it's an interesting little squeak coming from it. Okay, so I'm liking where that is. That's gonna get power there. I may find a shorter USB cable or tie it back somewhere else. If this comes around, I could put that on the side of the power supply too, but that's probably a bad idea. Maybe I'll put this under here, kind of hide it a little more. So if that's gonna end up down there, I'm just gonna set that right there. The correct number of Vorons is always N+1, right? Let's go there. Z steppers are in. I guess let's start wiring in the gantry steppers. Too bad that couldn't slide under the DIN rail. Yeah, I think I'm gonna VHB it right under here, kind of under the edge of the power supply, still out of the way. This can get tied in with the rest of the wires along this path, and then it's a fairly short jump over here to the USB port on the Pi. I think that'll be fine. But the next part is going to be fun because we need to run a bunch of wires from the gantry down to the steppers. So let's start on this side. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna grab some bare PTFE wire and go to town. Oh, we gotta hide it. Who's gonna be looking at it? Well, I am. Okay, fresh roll of PTFE 24 gauge wire. So right about here is where our connectors are going to be. We're going to go down into the deck, up through my little path of wires that I've set up, and then over to the steppers. So about that long is what I'm going to need for each steppers. So I need 8 wires of this length for the first round. We are reducing wires just to the tool head boards. So harness from scratch here is what we're doing. Finally able to sit down and catch a piece of the stream. Hey, MG. Came with the Super 8. What are we talking about? I meant the small one, which has to be hidden, Pi Power. Yeah, it came with the Super 8. That came with the board. So that's a Mellow exclusive thing. How many do I have yet? Only 4, so 4 more. All about the same length. 1. 2. 3. And 1 more. Okay, so we have 8 wires. This is all PTFE insulated. It's from Remington. Today I got Maker Farm Prusa, Anycubic Coastal, Prusa Mini, a lot of printers. We have wired, the CAN board is protected by a fuse on the controller. Yes, so I'll be using the bed output fuse. That's just what I'm doing. It makes sense to me. It was suggested in chat that it probably should be fused. Just the thought of wiring all those motors. Well, this isn't gonna be too bad. So we're gonna get prepped and we are going to get prepped here and then just kind of run through it all. So what one is this? How do I want to label these? Is Eddie still here? How do I want to label these? So I've got the rear left X and Y stepper, basically. The rear left one controls tool 1. The right one controls tool 0. It is Remington, yeah. Honest new question, how does the IDEX work on the XY belts? There's a separate belt for each head. Yes, there's individual stepper controls each tool head in X, and there's 2 steppers that control Y. YA, YB, X, YA, YB, XA, XB, or X0, X1. Yeah, I could do it this way. That probably makes sense. So the back left ones, regardless of what they're controlling, this is going to be YB, XB, and this will be YA, XA on the rear right. That way it makes sense in my head, because on our regular Core XY machines, this is the B side, this is the A side. That's what I'll do. Which I need to relabel. Where did I put my label maker? So let's get some labels going, and we're gonna label both sides of these wires just so, because they're gonna be basically the same thing. So let's create new. The only things I wasted was an A label and a B label, so. Let's go A side Y and 2 of those. A side X, 2 of those. B side Y. Oops. I want 3 spaces between those. And is that correct? B side X and B side X. Okay. Or yeah, look at the config file and label them accordingly. That would be smart though. What does the config look like? Let's see what the config looks like. We have Frankenboron. Firmware. Printer config. Yeah, the problem with the printer config is it's all going to be labeled by this. Yeah, I'm just going to do what I'm doing. I'm just going to go with what I'm doing. Holy moly. I might get a package today from DHL. I just said I just got a text saying I have a package scheduled for delivery today that left China on Thursday or Friday. You do you, yeah. I think because it makes sense to me, and when I'm down in the electronics, plug them in the right spot, I'll be able to translate that. But I think the AYAX, BYBX makes sense. That makes sense to me. So let's print. Yeah, that's nuts. Okay, so we are working on the A side right now, so I'm just going to cut this in half. And then I'm going to prep with some small colored heat shrink. So we're basically just going through my whole process for doing a fresh wire. We got blue, yellow, and red. Blue, yellow, and red. So what I'm going to do is, these are all stepper wires. So, but I don't have all the different colors of PTFE wire. I just have black. Do have some blue, but I use little pieces of small diameter heat shrink to label each side so that I keep track of them that way. So that'll be one side of one. Another side of one, and then I'll save those for the next. So now I need 4 of these wires. I'm just gonna set these off to the side. And I need microfit pins and 4-pin microfit connectors. What do we got? That's darn fast. Oh yeah, the package. The LCD display on my demo went bad, so I have to fly blind printing labels. Do you have any fly fishing scissors? Those work awesome for heat shrink. Oh, I do not. Although at one point when I was a kid, I was into tying flies from scratch. That was a lot of fun. I was right around the 5th grade range. Okay, so I've got my 4 wires here. It's blue, so I'm gonna put a couple of pieces of, I'm gonna put, it doesn't really matter. This is gonna be AX apparently. I'm gonna label it with my little AX. Oops. I don't know if that was focused because I have the wrong glasses on. And then I'm going to start coloring doing this. I'm trying to do this quick because this is gonna take a long time to begin with. I want a blue heat shrink. What is this? Blue, red, green. Oh, I needed green, not yellow. So let me grab the green heat shrink instead. Blue, red, green. So this will actually be for the other side of the, but blue, red, green on here. And then the label. And then the same blue, red, green. So just keeping those just keeping track of those on both sides. And now I can start crimping this piece. Too much, so let's trim that. And now microfit pins, and I want the male pin. And my crimpers. So blue. Red. Green. And then the last one, black, just doesn't get a little heat shrink because it's already a black wire, right? So now those can go into the first connector. So blue, red, green, and then apparently I didn't crimp the black one yet. Thought I did. Okay, so all of that is there. Blue, red, green, black. And then for some reason, the male side of these microfits are always tougher to press in. I'll just grab a little screwdriver and press these down until they click. Okay, and then that would be, I'm about to lose my, blue heat shrink. There we go. Where's the green? I did lose the green. Nope, I didn't. There it is. Okay. Where are we at? I've probably lost a few people there. See you, Darp. I'm probably too late saying bye. Now it's going to be a PCB mill with Kerbal. Hi, Latian. Okay, so here's what we did. I crimped the end that's going to go to the stepper. I've labeled them, colored wires, and a label. I'm going to heat shrink that down, but I'm also going to take these other ones that I labeled and take them near the end of the wire, and I'm going to heat shrink it down. So then they'll just be hanging there, but at least I'll know which wires are which. So let me use my heat gun. And you guys still hear me? I almost dropped my microphone. Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done, Davey. So now that these aren't going to just fall off the end, I've got the stepper side labeled, and then I'm going to just throw the grab the other label and put it on the other side, because remember I made two labels for each wire. So now this one can go on this side, and it'll go past those. Come on. Split correctly. There we go. Now I can put this on this side. It'll go past all these and then I can shrink that down. And in the end, I can slide these along, because PTFE wire, you can do this with PTFE wire. You can slide these along even after they're shrunk, so. So now that's my harness for my A side X stepper. So now we just need to do that 3 more times. So, but everything I need to know is on this side now, since each wire is labeled with a little piece of heat shrink and then the printed label. So that's one, and let's do the other one. I'm gonna do this slightly different. And where did did I knock all my heat shrink that I'd cut on the floor? Or did I just not cut enough? Blue, red, where's the red? Okay, let's do this again. What kind of Brother cartridge is that? It's just a generic off of Amazon. It's not Brother, it's not the Brother brand. There's one set. I'm gonna learn as I go. I'm gonna do this slightly different process. Put blue, red, just putting them all on here, green, then I'm going to shrink them down. That way I don't have to worry about it. Now these can stay up here. Then I need my label. Put the label on. That print just finished. Where are we at on timing on that? Okay, so label on, now I can crimp all of this. Here, let's see how long that print took. B0 gold. That was 24 minutes, 39 seconds. What did I say, 25 minutes? It said it would take 34, I thought it would take 25. 24 minutes, 39 seconds. Let's do that. We'll let it cool down. Let's keep going here. Okay. Blue, red, green, black. So, blue. Red. Green. and black. Then in the connector, blue, red, green, black. Now all of this can get slid, all the heat shrink can get slid up to the connector, and I can shrink the label. Now these other ones, we can just grab these and pull them near the end, and they'll slide around, along with some friction. It's a nice thing about PTFE wire is that it's slick. The frustrating thing about PTFE wire is that it's slick, right? And then the label on this side. Come on. And it goes past the wire color indicators and then shrunk down on this end. And shrinking it down, just make sure it doesn't accidentally fall off the end. Okay, so we have both stepper harnesses on this side. We also have an end stop on this side. So let's do that while we're here. Let's just finish this side of the printer off. Oh, what do we got? Am I missing anything? Be sure to tag me if you really want me to respond to something. Just because when I'm doing the crimping and stuff, it's harder to keep track of chat. Did I? Yep, X. So we have, no, Y. We have Y. I should have labeled the end stops YA and YB as well, but that's okay. I'll still know what it's talking about. Okay. Any reason stepper motor cables shouldn't be twisted? If not, are the four conductor flat cables acceptable? They're okay. They don't need to be twisted. I twist a lot of wires to just for wire management, because a twisted length of wire will be a lot more manageable in whatever path than separate wires like this. You see this? They all kind of go all over the place just holding them here. But if I twisted all of this, it would hold it into like a cable instead of a bunch of wires. Okay, end stop is the same process for this side. We are going to move my label maker back. And we're going to estimate the length we need by going along here and then coming to the back up. Where are the end stops on here? That's this little group of wires there. So that should be enough right there. I swear when I ordered the LDL motors for my Trident that came with the wire extensions. Yeah, these did not though. These did not. They came with a length of wire. I think I cut them down even from what they were. Hi R3D. Okay, so only 2 wires for the end stop. They don't need to be labeled. They only need to be labeled as the end stop because it's not polarized, it's just a switch. So this will be nice and quick. And on this side, I don't need to label them because it's the only 2-pin connector. So I'm only labeling it on the board side. So this is just a matter of doing a couple of crimps and it'll be nice and quick. Okay, and then my 2-pin microfit and a little screwdriver to push it all the way in. I wrap them around a pencil and make springs if it's too long. Okay, and this is Y1 end stop. I know I'm mixing up the things and it's probably going to cause confusion for myself, but I'll put this around here and then I'm going to shrink it so it doesn't fall off and call that good. So the hope is, yes, the wiring harnesses, pre-made harnesses are awesome, are very useful, but it's not that arduous to make your own harness. Now my question is, do I want to just twist all of these just to make it a little easier to manage? I think I do. Let's see how can I show this process? I'm just going to hold this here. I'm going to grab my drill. Maybe you can see it in my little preview, at least, the small corner picture. And I'm going to end up cutting the ends of these off anyway, so I'm just going to chuck it up directly in the drill and just make it somewhat tight. And that's good. Now we've got a twisted cable for the end stop. Let's see how well that works for a... See how well that works for a stepper. Here. Put that in there. On a dual head like this, would you run 2 taps? Theoretically, but it's not. The way the belts have to be ran is not compatible with Tridex at the moment. So let's see if I can get 4 wires clamped in here well enough. I'm gonna have to. There we go. And you don't want to go too far. I don't want to put a bunch of extra strain on the wire. It's just enough to where it forms a little loose coil. So that's going to go through there. That's going to go through there. And then this one we need to twist. You ever see the guys making a rope on YouTube? I have not. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, so let's clear off some space here. I'm gonna need all of this stuff very shortly, but I'll set this up and start clearing, start actually putting it in place. So, okay, all of these wires are going to plug in right here. These are Trident, so you don't need to run motor wires through the cable chain. Yeah, correct. No motor wires through the cable chain. Okay, so this is the X stepper. So that is a Y. This one is a X. So that's gonna go there and plug in. That makes this a Y. And then this is the end stop. So any excess wire is going to get tucked in this little cavity that's conveniently up here. And then we are going to be using the same cable frame mounts as on Trident. And I am going to be using some of the split loom stuff. So these are all gonna go kind of up like that. And all of this is basically gonna go into a split loom. So I gotta figure, here, there we go. Now I can see it better. I had a bunch of this I was using on the test fitting last Tridex stream. So I'm gonna grab it from here. There we go. Okay, so I have this cloth, small diameter split loom that'll be perfect for this. So let's start putting this in. Oops, that needs to go all the way up there. That goes all the way up there, and that's fine. This stuff can be fun to deal with. What are we doing? What's going on here? I don't think I actually, well, yeah, I did. I did shrink that. It just keeps falling in. I think this would have been quite a bit more of a pain to deal with had I not twisted those wires too. And this only needs to go down about that far. So just go to where the sleeving gets hidden just inside the deck there. You ever sleeve single wires with paracord? I've seen it. I have not done it. I agree, it looks incredible. Okay, how much wire do I need to go further? Just about that. Probably what I want to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut this. Right about there. Okay, make sure I got this. All right, now it's all in there. We are going to put a few of these in place, one of these higher up. Probably about there. One of them about there. One of them about there. Let's see how close I am to evenly spaced just by eyeballing it. That's 112 millimeters. And that's 116. So before I adjusted it, I was probably right about on. I do all my wire with paracord. It looks incredible. It just looks incredibly tedious to do as well. Okay, so want that something like that. And that probably something like that. And then this up here like that. And then those can just kind of, there's going to be service loops here that are kind of in the way, but as long as I'm not near the belts, then I'm fine. Where did you go? Let's move this down. There we go. There. Right like that. That can tie off there. This can move down just a hair. How did you get into building printers? Well, I've always just built stuff. Just working with different tools and materials and printers. I had known about them, but early on they just didn't grab my attention because early print quality kind of looked, at least the pictures that were out there, kind of looked like meh. And in 2017, I was looking for a new hobby, so I bought a CR10, and that has just kind of evolved over time to wanting to build my own thing or modify a thing. So between the CR10 and the Prusa and wanting to build a Hevo, oh, that was a bad. It just kind of evolved to this. Cameron from LDO, 1999, thank you, appreciate that. Okay. A-side wiring in place. And that looks pretty clean. Then we've got our wires down here. So now we can work on the B side. So same deal. Making sure we're not pinching anything. We're gonna go from here into the deck and find the route I wanna take to lay these wires. Yeah, there's still a ton of mods that I had published on Thingiverse for the Hevo out there. I have a local friend who built a Hevo alongside me, and his actually works. I never got mine to the point of working. I found Voron and then got distracted. Okay, we are gonna go from here. Don't forget the din. Oh yeah, it's sitting over there. It's nice and cooled down now, at least. Just received the last parts for a Trident. Awesome. Okay, so this is gonna go here, and then it's gonna go into the here, and then steppers are gonna go about there. So that's about how long? About the same length as the last ones. So I need 8 wires here. Obsessed? Yeah, I guess that was definitely a apt description. I mean, I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, can relate the focus, the hyper focus when something grabs your attention. See you, Andres. You have returned with a burrito. There was no giveaway, though. That's the next series. Hey, Cameron, are you still here? I have a certain package out for delivery today. That's 6. I have a package out for delivery today. That left China, actually, on the 25th or 26th? 25th, I think it was. I have absolutely no idea what you mean. Yeah. Okay, how many are we at here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the last one. Okay, 8 wires. Just drape those there. And not yellow. Where's my blue? There we are. Blue. Okay. My heat shrink, marker labels, whatever. Wire markers. Do all of them right now. I'll leave the stream up, but I got to do a store run. See if it's still going when I get back. I might be might have to grab a granola bar or something here in a second, but I want to make progress. And wiring just always takes longer than you expect. Yeah, something very good. Something I haven't done on a YouTube stream yet. So, very much looking forward to it. Okay, where did I set my, so this is, that's a, there they are. BY, I guess we're doing BY. Most things take longer than expected, yeah. There's an art to proper harness making. You can get in the weeds on doing harness stuff. This is nothing. This is just getting to a point where the build is reasonably clean, reasonably organized, but if you really get into it, there's whole other levels you can go to. Okay, let me shrink these down. And then this will be BY. Put this on here. Okay. And then strip and crimp. What do I want to do? I'll just... Nicholas, no, it's the V0, that one didn't shrink enough, hold on. It's the V0 S1 kit from LDO. LDO's V0 S1 kit, which has a lot of neat little add-ons, like the origami bed and a different build plate and a different a tool head, a whole tool head controller setup. So if the box arrives, am I going to do an unboxing? No. No. Okay, blue. Where did my crimpers go? There they are. Red. Green. And black. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, we'll go and copy Charlie. See you, Mr. K. It's collecting parts for Voron 128 when Steve upgraded with Triple Z. Did you upgrade yours? Did you build a Trident? You don't like the new strippers? Right off, I had problems with it not stripping completely, Poity. Even with the tension turned up. So, did you ever get the ERCF working? Yes, but not tuned. The ERCF is functional, but it's not tuned. Would you recommend different extruder for it? Not necessarily. I'll be building it with a mini afterburner. Okay, I need... Okay, blue. Blue, red. Green and black. Okay, and then push all the heat shrink wire labels up there and the main label. That is BY. Bye. BY. Bye. I'll push the other ones down to the other end or near the other end. Grab the other side of the label. And then shrink this. Okay. That one's done. Oh, it's over there. BX. Very exciting to build another one. Be sure to watch your stream for some pointers. Yeah, it was a fun build, and there are a lot of pointers in there because it was more than any other build I've done. It is very much the definition of take your time at each step and it pays off at the end. Because I didn't have much problems with it functioning because of how much time we spent making sure it worked as expected along the build progress. I passed when I was watching 3D printers and strippers. I just want to thank you and the others again for doing the Trident design. I'm building my third one shortly. Awesome, Pex Peppers. That's good to hear. Okay. Oops. I didn't put the heat shrink on here, but these are nice and tight strands, so not a big deal. Blue, red, green. Okay, shrink these down a bit. Ah! I lost the red on the floor. Where'd you go? Nope, not that. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, there they are. We knew the stripper talk would bring them out. Let me set this down. It brought them out. Did that go away? There we go. What did I miss? Hey Steve, which hot-ends do I use for Tridex? So I am using Revovorons for this. I am using Revovorons. In my mind, it's a solid choice to be able to move, I mean, easily swap nozzles around for different applications. In practice, whether I do that or not is a good question. Okay, there is Y0. What's this one? Here we go. BX label. BX. So. Okay, blue. Red. Green. And one more. Okay. Where are we at? Be nice if they sub to the channel. Yeah. Hope she's not watching. Who? There was more interesting bots in the past. Yes. Thank you, Jarrett. Do notice the numbers are going down. It's becoming evident I am going to be crimping wires most of the stream, I guess. Oh, once I'm done with this one, I'll go grab that print that finished. Blue, red, green, and black. Okay. Push these up here, and then the label. And this one. You grabbed the Wago holder already? No, I'll go grab it here in a second. I'll go grab it. Let me shrink this. We're almost done, and we can go back under the deck. Let me grab this print. Worked out well. Charlie is a master of sleeping in weird positions. Revo is too slow for my use case, but in the land of IDEX, you aren't exactly. So I'm not going to be hitting accelerations and speeds that are going to have a are where it's gonna matter. Okay, 2 more wires. End stop. The end stop. My watch is almost dead. So end stop here, over to probably go all the way up here, and then along here, I think is my plan. Let's go that long. It's cool, now the thing fits. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how well it fits. I trust Kyle though. I trust it fits. Okay. And the 2-pin microfit. And the label Y0 right over here. Okay, then let me shrink this and then we'll twist them, then we'll install them. Okay. So watch out for low bat levels. Yeah. Should be a nice satisfying snap when it pops in. Yeah, we'll do that here in a second. Let me get this finished wiring and we'll be able to do it right here. So the V0 next week, is that 1 stream complete build? No. So I expect, so we'll be shifting gears, which will give me more prep time for Tridex. I like having prep time. But next week will be V0 S1 kit, and that'll probably, I'm planning on it being a 3-stream build. And it's a 3-stream build and there will be giveaways involved. And then we'll be back on Tridex until it's done. And then the plan is Micron. Okay. Twist. It's like a 10-hour build if you speed build it like mad. I'm guessing it'll be 4 to 5 streams with Steve taking his time and spreading the good chill. I did a V0.1 when LDO first came out with the V0 kits. Actually the printer I just printed that part on is that printer. It's since been upgraded to V0.2, but that's a different story. But I built that printer on about a 10-hour stream in one sitting in Discord, but I didn't cover that in YouTube. And the recording of it was only my side of the audio, so it's not worth using anywhere else. So we need 2 streams per week schedule. Oh, if I had time to do 2 streams per week, I could definitely fill them, but I just don't. Just 2. And 1 more. Thoughts on using an IDEX printer to use black, cheaper ABS for the infill and nice pretty stuff on the shell. I don't know if that kind of thing, is that kind of thing supported in slicers? That'd be interesting. That kind of application is is the whole reason behind this though, is to try stuff like that, right? There we go. All twisted. Where do you put all these printers? Right now, I've barely had room, but that's quickly not being the case. Those long streams are few and far between. You have to have enough time to forget how exhausting it is. Yeah. I mean, we're at 4.5 hours already right now, as it is. Okay, so this is BX. So we don't actually have to move the printers. So this is going to be X. So that goes there. And I can shove it under the deck here. And this is Y. So that's going to be this one. Oh, actually, I don't want to throw those down there because I'm going to need to put the sleeving on. This is the end stop. So all of those can go there. And now let's grab a length of the end stop. And now I'm just going to measure it from this other piece. Let's go the same length. It's possible to dictate tool head selection for infill and other variables. Okay. I think what's going to end up happening for my printers is I'm going to clear out some space in the other garage and have an active printer stash here, and the inactive, like, I don't even know what would go over there at this point, but the printers that I don't or constantly use that I can pull out when I want to do, maybe test something or do an upgrade or something. So, because it's definitely, I mean, you see YouTubers out there that are doing like commercial printer reviews and end up with too many printers. I feel like it would be a lot easier to get rid of commercial printers than these custom builds. You have to visit Home Depot, yeah. Without having to deal with that full length of this sleeving, this one went a whole lot easier. And I'm not done with this, because once I get the can wiring, it's coming down a similar path, and it's gonna have to go into here. Hey, Jack Black, happy birthday, Steve. It's getting close, 11 days. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna have to push the can wiring through here, but that'll be next stream, probably. Okay, let's go put these in about the same spot as the other side. What printers don't you use that much at the moment? Probably the second switch wire. There'll probably be a V0 or 2. that would go into that category. Ow. That kind of thing. Is it worth setting up printers for long prints in the other garage so they are not in the same room where you work? Yeah, it is, but the problem is the other garage I kind of use as the dirty workspace. So things like the table saw, that kind of stuff ends up over there. So I don't want them to get dusty. Okay, I think I can do that. Gotta get zip ties. The zip ties, where'd you go? There we go. I would consider buying one each, Steve. I'm about an hour away from Yolo County. Now, I've probably asked before, if you brought it up before, what area are you in? Found that you twist the sleeve, once you get it wrapped, it'll collapse on itself for a tighter hold. Yeah, and technically this is a temporary installation here because I still have to do the CAN wires into this area. But this is getting all the under deck non-CAN stuff done. It's becoming casual saying 1V0 or 2. Well, when this is all over, I mean, as of sometime in the next few weeks, I'll have 4 V0s. Okay, so now these can go in here. There we go. Those are there. And then these we're gonna need to tuck up into there. I may have to grab some extra zip ties or something to really do a better job of holding these in place, but those will be just a little secret rat's nest. Charlie is snoring right now. I can hear him from here. You will have as much V0s as BBs. I'm in San Joaquin County, so an hour to an hour and a half. Okay. Well, one day that might happen. I might get to the point where I need to get rid of built printers. Hot glue on the connector to the motor. We'll figure something out. The panel is going to be back here, and it'll be at least a little enclosed spot. Okay, that is good. Let's go around here, making sure we're not pinching any wires anywhere. We'll bring the, let's work on these first, I guess, since that's the easy view. So these are, the reason I put ground on the side is just, I don't know if you'd get any interference from the AC over here, but just it seems better for me to run these wires close than if I put live or neutral over here. I don't know if that matters, but ow. Where'd my tweezers go now? Where did my tweezers go? There they are. Oops. I got a Z0 label there. Where did that go? Oh well. Oh, well. Do you Bay Area guys and gals also call the Sacramento area the SAC area in short? Yeah. It is the SAC area. Or Sac Town or Sacra Tomato. Let's go right there. I have never called it Big Sac. Okay, so we have our end stop and then our two connectors. So how do I want to order these? Do I want to go probably XA, YA, or XB, YB? What is this? This is from this side. I guess I can just go, yeah, XB, YB, XA, YA. Sure. Makes sense. Sacre bleu. Just getting wire length estimates here. That goes there. If I cut those pretty close to where I want them to be as it is. This is BY. So that would go there. Let's go here. That was almost right where I want it to be for this one. Let's go right about there. There's BY, okay. And then let's pull these closer to the end so I can tell which one it is and get it crimped up. Now where did I put my, oh, there they are. One, two, three, and four. Okay, so blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, and black. And where did I put the connectors? Where did those go? The JST ends. Ah, here. Okay, blue, red, green, black. Make sure they're all seated completely. Pull all the labels close and tighten up the twist on the end. So then that's going to go there, and this is BY, OB. That's going to go right there. So that ties in. So then this one is going to go probably just about the same length. So we'll just pull this back, pull these back. There we go. Close, only wasting a couple of inches of wire. See ya, Max. Watch still holding up. I am at 10%. Oh. Where are we at? 10%. Hey, MTL Cycles, thank you. Just in time for my favorite part, stripping and crimping. That's what we've been doing all day. We've been doing it for 4.5 hours. Okay. Pull the heat shrink markers back a little bit. With the additional wiring and complexity, you really should keep notes on position. Yep. So this is BX, BY, AX, AY, Z0, 1, and 2. I got it in my head. And I'm gonna need to look it up. Okay, 4 more of these. Okay, so blue, oops, this goes this way. There we go. Blue, red, green. How many are you going to be saying blue, red, green, black? Blue, red, green, black. Need to have a little, figure out a little jingle to it. Okay. Blue, blue and red, green, and black. Blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, black. Okay, all of those in place. Bring the label up close, tighten up the twist, and those two can plug in. BX and BY. Catch up on chat. 50-second TNG episode. Hey, Andrew. Print a label. Print a label for what? Oh, for the... yeah. That's okay. This is looking good. And then I think I'm gonna go up and across here for the stepper. I guess I could go this way, but I didn't quite leave myself enough length, so I'm gonna go up and across here. There's other things that I may need to go across here anyway, so that's fine. Which means I need another thing. Let's pull that off for now. Learning is a lot watching. Just got to the stage on a solid fork and I learned I need to order some wires. Awesome. I know this isn't as fun as some of the other build processes, but hopefully it's useful. Got to do it, and I'd rather do it on stream than off, at least for some of these builds. This is a good build to do the wiring from scratch on. Tap is not for Trident, at least not right now. I'm sure people are working on remedying that. But it has to do with the space available and belt paths. Yeah, Andrew, actually when I was doing that, the same thought came into my mind. I used to have a little rhythmic reciting of the patch cable wire colors in my head too, because I've done that a few times. I wired my whole house, and that was a lot of crimping and setting. That's one thing I enjoy the wiring. I'm also the guy that likes having connectors on motors, not leads. Yeah, same here, Lithios. I'd prefer connectors, but on the high temp stuff, the connectors aren't high temp. And so to get the high temp rating on the steppers, you got to put the wires directly in. Clarify Trident versus Tridex and tap. So Trident is the Voron Trident printer. The 3 lead screw bed moving down print setup with a rigid gantry. Tridex is a Trident and IDEX, so configuration. So two dual tool heads, but with the motion system of a Trident. And tap is the direct nozzle probe setup that we just came out with. If you look at the pinned post, there's a GitHub link for it. Tap does work for Trident. Tap does not work for Tridex. Okay. Okay, and then this can go up through this loose one I had before. That's gonna go like that. And then probably one more up in here. Can't you get off the bed with the nozzle? Can't you go off the bed with the nozzle on the Tridex? You can't, well, I don't quite get, can't you go off the bed with the nozzle on the Tridex? Not using tap. So you still have a Z nozzle probe in the back of the printer, just like you would with any other printer. What's going on here? Oh, I know what's going on. Never mind. Sorry, I got distracted. Do you think Boop will work with Solid Fork? It better. It's Yuri that's designing it. And that's Yuri's printer. I would hope it works with Solid Fork. Let's see if I can get this zip tie started in here. Without pulling the controller. I put this anchor a little far under. There we go. Okay, so now this goes up in here. Now this is Y0. How are these labeled? Let's look at the documentation. Tap wasn't built for Tridex. That's why it doesn't work for Tridex yet. Yeah. Nice spoiler. What spoiler? Okay. I hope I didn't spoil something. Let's go back to this guy. What are the Y end stop pin out? Is there a spot here? There we are. Okay, limit switches. Oh, the limit switches are over there. Oh, these are thermistors. Okay. Wow. How many limits? Oh, whoa, that's a big ol' weirdly shaped area of limit switches. Are they marked at all? Are they marked on the back? Not really. Not really. So what do I want to do for limit switches? Yuri mode is enhanced Z. Yes, this is true. Yuri mode. Okay, I'd like to have a little more detail on the Y end stop. So let's see if their document page has any more detail. They're labeled on the bottom, but not on the top. Hey Nuno, welcome back. This is not giving us any of the information I'm looking for. Let's see. Is there anything? Pin names. Let's try this. Ah, this is what I'm looking for. I want this. Much better. So down over here, so we have IO0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, that's some funky. So I'm gonna use, let's go. I can do what I want here. I can do what I want. Let's go. I need two. I need one for the Euclid probe and one for the nozzle probe. So let's go 0 and 1 for the Z, and we'll go 2 and 3 for the Y. We'll go 2 for Y0. So IO2 right here is Y0. That is very weirdly ordered. If this is 2 and this is 1, that is just a funky way to write that, but whatever. So we're gonna go, this is Y0. We're gonna go IO2 is Y0. And that's the one here on the end. I'm just gonna crimp a wire right onto the end of what I already did. I'm gonna cut a little bit off that I probably squished with the drill, and then just start fresh from there. So, okay. Oh, and then I need to look at the pinout on that a little closer just to make sure, because I need a 3-pin connector, but I'm only putting 2 wires to it. One and 2. It's just a switch. Just a switch. So what pins do I need to plug this into? We go back to this document. We've got, so it looks like there's positive 5 volts or whatever was set, because that was some of those jumpers you could do a solder change to change the voltage these run at. But right now they're set for 5 volts, I think. Oh, the Euclid probe is on the CAN board. Thank you, Victor. It is on the CAN board. You're right. So then signal and ground are the two that we short out here with the switch. So it's on 2 sides. If that's plugged in like that, it would be these 2. I think it's these 2 right here. Yep. Okay, I'll try to get a better shot here, but it's the bottom 2 and looking at the connector like this. And so that means we're gonna go just 0. So we're gonna go 1 and 2 for, so this will be, I'm gonna connect this into port 1. And I'm gonna connect the Z end stop into port 0 and this into IO1. Okay, so that's Y0. Y1 will go into IO2 and the nozzle probe will go into IO0. Okay, so one side is wired up. Now we got the other side. These are going to do the same. These are going to route through my loose zip ties. Okay, so that's going there. And yeah, that was my mistake on the Euclid where it connects. Stepper. Get things out of my way. Okay, so we are going to still want plenty of wire here. We'll probably push this back a bit. Yes, I'm going to use a can board on both tool heads. Okay, so a significant, decent service loop there. We'll go right here. On that one, this is AX, so that one's going right here. Yep. And then this one, I'm just going to make it the same. I'm going to make it the same length because it's basically into the same spot, and that gives me flexibility to swap them if I need to. So we'll go right there. Okay. So I'm curious, will this use 2 Euclid or 1 in the center for them both to share? No, just the toolhead 0 gets the Euclid. Because all the Euclid is being used for is your mesh and your Z-tilt. The nozzle probe will set your Z offset per tool head, right? And then the Euclid is just setting the mesh. Okay. What do we got? 10 more crimps. Is that right? Yeah, 10 more crimps. 10 more crimps on hour 5. Okay. Pull these a little closer. Blue. Red, green, black. Where did I put my, oh, they're right there. Blue. Red. I was prepared to try some different mounts for the Euclid today to clear that wipe bracket, but I don't think we're gonna hit that. I think we're gonna call it a good day's work with this underdeck wiring mostly complete. Still gonna put that bracket in, Kyle's Wago bracket, try that out and get that cleaned up. We're not done, but I don't think we're gonna get to the Euclid, and we're definitely not gonna get to the can wiring, which is good because I really need a little more thought on that. But we're close. We are close. Okay. Blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green, black. Make sure they're all seated. And restore the twist. There we go. And then this will be AX. Goes right there. And then one more. I see 2 different PCB versions. What's the difference between them on what? So I'm curious, will this use 2 Euclid or 1? I already answered that. Steve, I finally got my 0.1 up and running. The back panel looks like puke compared to this. Well. like I said, there are degrees. There are some builds that go way beyond this. I just try to make it to some level of, I gotta get it done. I don't want to spend I don't want to get caught up in this to an extreme and then not get other parts of the build done. So this will be neat. It will be managed. But there are some builds out there that are amazing in the wiring. Oh crap. I used the wrong jaw on that one. I used the wrong jaw on that one, and the insulating crimp was wrong, so I'm gonna redo it. If you use the wrong jaw, it will break the tab on the, or it can break the tab on the terminal. So I need to go to the next bigger one, and it wraps around just fine. Okay, blue, red, green, and black. And then all of this comes up here, and then restore the twist. Okay. Redid my Trident for Canon. It was a good half day of work. Yeah, I completely rebuilt the purple Trident and ended up with can on it. Hey, DeWitt, are you streaming today? Are we going to switch on and check power? We have. We've done that a couple of times. We've done that a couple of times. At the end of the stream, sure. I mean, we're gonna need to check the Wago mount, right? If it's not for the wire channels and the LDO kit, mine would probably be a mess. Those wire channels really do help. I don't know exactly how I would do it on here. I'd probably re-shift stuff around if I was using wire channels. I'm trying to look at this IDEX and try to imagine how much weed I would have to smoke to make me consider doing this to a Voron. And then making it work. Okay, I'm at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so that's 1 hour ahead of me. So you're in 2 hours or an hour away. You're an hour away, right? Okay, I think last crimp of the day before we start playing around with Wago connectors again. So let's run this through here. And then I want to do another one of these. I think I'm just going to put that right about there. And then I've got a lot of extra wire here because I thought I was going somewhere else with it. So that's going to go there. And then this is going to go right there. So I'm gonna pull this back a bit and maybe cut it right there. Okay, last 2 crimps. One more. And repin and match the just right. Yeah. Match that, pull that there. This will go right there. Something like that. Okay. I'll be switching your stream when Steve is done with his. I think we got an hour, right? Before DeWitt starts? I'm not gonna be gone for more than another hour for sure. Let's unplug these and put a couple of ties here so I can at least have this nice and somewhat tidy. Where am I going to put this one? Right in line with that, probably about here. There, and one more. And probably about here. Okay. And 2 more zip ties. So I'm gonna run these under these power cables, I think. So that's going there. And 1 more zip tie. Oh, come on. There you go. Put it in backwards. Put it in backwards. Little spots. There we go. And then BX right here. And BY right there. Okay. So that is the general gist of how the wire is going to go in here. I had to turn off DeWitt's stream when he was hitting his frame with a hammer. I might have had to do that too. What'd that poor frame do to you? Maybe DeWitt had seen Lewis Hamilton doing hammer time. Okay. This is good. Where is that piece? Okay, so I printed this, and it's going to replace this bundle of stuff. So let's pull this off. Get all of these kind of out of the way. And this goes under, something like that. I'll have to shorten up some of those. But this is gonna go in here. So this should slide in and snap into there like that. And it's not coming out easily. Let's pull this out of the way. This is just going to snap on like that. Which means all of my wires here are way too long, but maybe I can tuck them under. So let's go here, tuck this under, and go here, and take this one, and go here, tuck it under. This one will go here, and then the main power will come around. And let's see if we can get a Wago or a ferrule on this. This is 16 gauge. Horse posterior is a backward. Gotta restart your router. What, John? Okay, what was it? 16 gauge is black. We'll grab this black. And the crimper, I think, is over here. That goes. Yep, that fits. This is going to go up here. I'm going to probably tie this in place somehow. And this wire is probably going to get shortened or something. Let's just do like that for now. And then all of this can kind of tuck up into here. And then this wire is going to come over and plug into this. But that works well. This wire is too long. We'll deal with that later. That can go right there. What do you think? Oh, pi. Pi goes on here. Like that. With the camera plugged in. And a connection, a USB over to, maybe, is this one long enough? Might be. That'll plug in there and there. Probably run that along there. Yes, I know. I'll make a longer tie so I can tie it to the frame like I do on the one that comes with it, or that is on that's on Trident. Or maybe I'll tie it over to the side here or something. I'm gonna tie it into place somewhere. But yeah, there it goes. It's moving. I say I start over. Yeah, no. This is, and a lot of these wires will get kind of tight or tightened up once I actually cinch these zip ties down. But that is all of that. What can we do? And probably power it on and see about flashing maybe this board. Huh. What say you? Power it on, see if we get any sparks. Yeah. I'm just doing a once over, just kind of visual inspection. Is there anything that could be plugged in weird, that could cause any issues? I don't think so. Let's go ahead and power it on just to double check before I put it up on its feet. So that's good. I don't need to worry about shutting it down because I didn't power the Pi. So let's get the Pi set up to be powered. Oh, we're not ready for a stepper buzz. We're a long ways from a stepper buzz. But this powers on without any drama, so there's that. This little 5-volt buzzer is annoying though. It chirps when it turns on and turns off. Let's get a little piece of VHB. Yep, missing the Pi power. We are going to remedy that temporarily. I'm gonna take this thing and temporarily attach it over here, but ultimately I want to put it over here, I think. I just realized that I pinged you while you were streaming. How's the build going? It's going good. We got a ton of wiring done today. I mean, it feels like a ton of wiring, but it also feels like it took a ton of time. Charlie is ready to go out, so let me just plug this in and then just take it over here. Like I said, this is a temporary location, but it'll make sure it doesn't short on anything. So let me let Charlie out. Okay, that's out of the way. Now I need another USB cable. Do I have a shorter USB-C power cable? There we are. There's a shorter one. So here, and then down here, that can move away. There we go. Okay. I don't particularly like the orange. Can you restart the build? I know you're lying now, John. I know you love the orange. Okay. I may have to turn it on its side to do the... Well, actually, is there any reason to put it on its feet? No. Let's just power it up like this. That way I can do all the firmware flashing stuff right now. Let's turn it on. One of the mini displays for the Trident V2.4 has a built-in buzzer on EXP1. Not much documentation about it. Yeah, I don't know anything about them either. Kyle, yes, that came with the board. It plugs into the CAN port, but it looks like it's just a USB power. It might be USB data. I don't know. I'm using it for power though. It's okay, John. You can be wrong. It's okay. If it's not a very nice orange, you're wrong. Water. Okay, this is on. So let's switch over to, is this it? Yep. So let's try again. Should be able to connect. It reminds you of some shelves your parents had in the 70s. Okay, this is up. Let's get the Pi up to speed. So that is going to take, let's do a Moonraker update first. And I have a dirty Clipper screen update because I was having a problem and we tweaked one of the files and it shows up as dirty, but it works. I'm gonna update it so it won't be dirty anymore. Okay, so updating Moonraker first. We aired out updating mainsail before, but I don't know the particulars of why, but I've had to do this on some of the other printers too. Some change in something recently, or at least since this was last updated. So this is probably going to ask for root password when we're done here, and I'll show you that process. It'll be kind of nice to see. It makes it really easy. So we should have some errors here. So here, we're gonna close this, but now you see some of this stuff is just invalid. You see. But if I get rid of YouTube chat for just a moment, you'll see in the upper corner we have some messages. And sudo password required. We're gonna do that first. So we're just gonna click on this and it's gonna bring us to a new page and we're just gonna put our Pi password in here. Okay? And did I hit enter? And then once that's done, you should just be able to close the window and what is this crap? Not now. And refresh here, but I don't know that that actually finished because I never actually hit enter. I think it might have timed out. And then submit. There we are. Sudo password successfully set. System update complete. Moonraker is currently in the process of restarting. You may close this window and return to the front end. So we can just close this window. We don't have to touch anything else. We're going to reconnect. And now all this other stuff should come up. Some of these things are no longer valid, but now we can update things like mainsail and Clipper. So mainsail is done. There we are. MCU unable to connect. That's normal right now. Clipper screen. I'm gonna go ahead and let's try a soft recovery. And this might take a second. Invalid, like John's opinion about your frame color. Exactly. It would be nice, Andrew. I agree. It would be nice to incorporate some little like print finish sounds and stuff like that. Hot end up to temp. Error restarting service. That's fine. I don't actually have the screen hooked up anyway. I just want it to be up to date. And we're going to update Clipper. How are we on? Oh, I'm doing okay on microphone battery. Getting at the point where it's usually kind of dicey. Application update finished. Okay. So, Clipper is up to date on the Pi now. Now we got to figure out what's the process for flashing this, Mellow Fly 8 board. My CraftBot sounds like that. Wish my other printers did. Current build of Clipper screen has been a bit crash happy. I haven't had any problems. I have it updated on a couple other printers. I take that back, on one other printer. Panzerkadden's done that with the speaker. Nice. For me, the lack of sound is a great indication of the print end. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's go back to the, that is not, so that's the pin diagram. I'm gonna leave that up because that's a handy thing. And that's a nice crisp image. I might be able to engrave that on something. Fly Super 8, pin names and firmware. And if we go to, is there a info on that here? Okay, let's go to their general info. I'm gonna find the documentation for installing Clipper on this. I don't see it on this page, but I'm not even sure this is a, because this has other board information. I don't think this is actually a Mellow thing. So let's go to their page. Do they have any links to info from here? You can find the documentation here. Let's look here. Oh, that's what I was just at. Oh, Charlie wants back in. Give me a second. Yeah. Mellow.clipper.cn? What's that? Oh, I've been there. Let's go there. Hey, Beartastic. Fly Clipper docs, okay. Let's say not now. All right, let's just close that. Go to English. Oh, I should put YouTube chat back on. And we are going to, what do I want? Just, there we go. Fly Super 8. Configuration information. Where's the, this is a printer config, but where's the flash information. Let's try this. Oh, here it is. No, this isn't it. 407. This doesn't have all the information we need. That's the pin diagram. What if we start? There we are. Getting started. DJ Natty, that's a good idea. I want to see what's here. This page is not easy to navigate. I figure I should be able to go here. But that's not coming up. Let's try, I got the Clipper docs up. If you go to, what is it, device specific example configurations, and then config directory. Is this where you're sending me, DJ Natty? Mellow Fly Super Infinity HV. Super Infinity, Super 8, whatever. This file contains common pin mappings for the 8-stepper motor Fly Super 8 high volt board, which this is the high volt version. To use this config, the firmware should be compiled for the STM407 with a 32 kilobit bootloader. The make flash command does not work on the Super 8 HV. Instead, after running make, copy the generated Clipper bin file to a file named firmware.bin on an SD card, and then restart it with that SD card. Okay. There's system image in the menu. Let me go back there. Let me see what I'm missing. Where was I? System image. Here's system image. But this isn't for Clipper. And I definitely don't want to run a pre-compiled thing. Is there prepare? There's no information here that I need. What is this? Download the tools and files you need. Yeah, this doesn't look. This is definitely I feel like this is a pretty weak point on these boards, is the documentation is everywhere. It's not easy. But we have enough information from here to do what we need to do. So let's open up a terminal window. Yeah, wrong keys. And pi at VT orange, local, SSH to it. Password, and then go to the Clipper folder and make menu config. So I don't know that we need that. We're STM32, and it says the 407, 32K. Is that right? $32K bootloader. And I think this is going to be, yeah, we're just going to run it on USB. So this should be all we need to do according to the sample configuration. So let's quit and save this and make clean and make. And I've got a little stack of, because I don't remember this coming with one. Yeah, this didn't come with an SD card, so I got a little stack of 128 megabyte SD cards that I bought. So we're not going to get to, we're not even going to start on can configuration today. I want that to be early. I want that to have a fresh brain and early in a stream. So this is just kind of get a good ways in here. We're wrapping things up, but if we can get the clipper flash to this board, we're moving. We're doing good. So that did that. Where is the? Yeah, megabyte. Yes, megabyte. $128 megabyte. The mini E3s use the F103s, don't they? Oh, the V3 uses that G something board. Anyway, where is the folder, the clipper config folder? Is it just in config? Is that all my, no. What is the command for just copying this and then grabbing it from the interface? Yeah, screw it. I'm just gonna run win SCP. Win SCP. I don't have one. So new site, btorange.local, pi, and the password. There's clipper config, but we want clipper out and then clipper.bin. So I'm gonna copy my, where's my, let's go here and SD card and move this guy over here. And then we're gonna rename this to firmware.bin, right? Yep. There we go. CP out clipper bin to / clipper config firmware bin. There we go. Close this, terminate the session, and then grab my SD card. And let's just go ahead and just shut the whole thing down. Shut down. And then put my, that squeak is gonna get me every time. Put my 128 meg SD card in there and power it back up. That command makes a symlink and solves it for all time. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. What do we got? 7% left on the watch. That squeak on the Octopus Pro is a 5-volt, has a short beep. Is that the same on the Super 8? Yes, it is. According to their documentation. There's Charlie. He's just done his business. Okay, should be able to get back to here. And let's go back and see if the it's seen. ls/dev/serial/by ID. Hey, there it is. It is seen. So let's copy this. It flashed. Awesome. And go back to mainsail. And did I do something stupid with extra configs here? Yes. I did a different config. So serial. Does the restart method matter at this point? I don't think it's needed. Oh, I got a package. I did get a package. It's here. Okay, save and restart. Well, that was weird. I had something happen. And we're going to get all kinds of problems because no thermistors, no nothing is defined right. Everything's all over the place. And I think that's where we're going to at least end with the build. We can, if you guys have any questions, folks have any questions or anything, we're gonna recap. We're gonna talk about what's coming up. Let me shut this down and let me shut it down, and we're gonna put this up on its feet, so. It is basically Christmas. Oh, week. I hope that doesn't do that when everything's all configured and set up. Okay. The gantry is wired except for the tool heads now. So these are way high, so the tool heads were running into the Z end stop. Gantry is wired. It's there we go. Your Octopus Pros always do that? Okay. I don't have a Pro. I haven't bought an Octopus Pro. I just have regular octopuses. Octopi. Oh, you could hear that. So it's really, yeah, it was reasonably loud. Okay, camera. Rear gantry steppers are wired. We're doing good. Give me just a second. We're not gonna do anything with this. But we got stuff for next week. Action. Yep. So let me put this aside. That was a long time. I feel like we got a lot done. I just feel like it took a long time. So next week, V0S1 LDO kit, and I expect that to be 3 weeks. And I'm told I can do a giveaway for each stream that we're doing that. So be sure you tune in because it's going to be fun. And it'll be, I mean, I like I said, I think 3 streams. I'm not going to try to do long streams, not going to try to get it all done, but I think 3 streams is good. And then after that, we'll be back to this. And we're really at a point where the rest of this ought to go, not smoothly, I'm not going to say that, but there's not a whole lot left. So I'm not going to try to do a big stream. I'd actually rather have this be shorter streams, like 3-hour streams. it might be smart to plan 3-4 hour streams, because then that's about 12 hours of total build time. That's probably pretty close to what it should take on a stream with chatting and hanging out and stuff. So it will not be V0.2. V0.2 is not released yet. So yeah, and DJNet, easier to digest, especially since it's the first time I'm doing a V0 on YouTube. So it's actually a shame the wiring is some of the best artwork on these and it's buried. Yeah. Is this on the main Voron site? No. So a lot of these, like some of the stuff done with the Trident and things, when it's a V0, when it's an LDO source kit, they do little tweaks to them. And this is kind of their ultimate tweaks to the V0. So this isn't an official Voron modifications or anything, but they are useful modifications. Short streams. 4 hours. That's really short, right? Red Voron for the V0, Revo Voron for the V0. Yes, I believe that's the other thing I didn't mention before. They're coming with the LDO edition Revo Vorons, which I have a couple of that'll be used in other builds if this one doesn't come with one. But they are... Now, I've thrown different nozzles on these, but the different color anodizing. So now this one is the official, this is all the wiring because they did custom connectors for LDO. They gave me this and the blue heat sink, so I bought an extra heater core so I would have 2 full assemblies. So actually, we were at Printed Solid for ERF, so I just bought directly, pick up in store, the heater core from them while I was there. So this one will go in my blue V0 at some point in a future build, and this one is either going to go in this V0 here if it didn't come with one, or it's going to go into my space gray frame Trident. So, yep. Hey, Charlie, you gonna say bye? He's up and ready for attention. Let's see if we get some more monkey bars, gym climbing. No, I have a 250 Trident kit that it's not gonna be a on-stream build, but it'll be built. I still need to work on the Tri-Bent, but that'll be a while. Good night, Christian. Yeah. Who else was streaming tonight? D-Wit is streaming. He's starting in about 10 minutes, I think. At least I hope I haven't overlapped him. But I think D-Wit 3D is starting in about 10 minutes. Hey, David. Just in time for us to be done. So with that, thanks for being here. Thanks for putting up with just a bunch of crimping and hanging out. So thanks for all the gifted memberships and everyone who became members, and any donations, thank you. And I look forward to finishing this build in a few weeks, but the V0 build starting this coming weekend. So we will see you then. With that, everybody, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Have a good work week coming up. And we'll see you next Sunday. Bye.